Good evening and welcome to the Nevada Independent's coverage of election 2020. I'm John Ralston, the editor of the Nevada Independent, and with me is managing editor Elizabeth Thompson. Good evening, Elizabeth.
Hello, John. Good to see you.
You too. Usually we're sitting next to each other doing this on election night. Unfortunately, the pandemic prevents us all from being together. We're going to do the best we can. We like to think of this program as the indie in your living room. It's going to be a little less formal than some of the networks or the cable stations that you might watch. We might just call reporters to come on and give us the latest updates. And so we're going to try to have a little bit of fun with it too on a night when it may end up being that Nevada could really matter. But we'll get to that in a little while. First of all, I want to remind everybody that we are a reader-supported nonprofit site. We have been thrilled with all of the support that our readers have given us during this election season. We're very proud of our coverage of the election in Nevada. And we have also been able to attract some sponsors for this live stream. Let me show you who those sponsors are. We'll give them some credit, Elizabeth, for sponsoring. If our producer Joey can put those up, there they are. The Castroverde Law Group, Greenberg Traurig is another law firm, Kinross, Nevada, and Nevada Health Link. They're all loyal supporters of the Indie, and we appreciate their willingness to sponsor this live stream tonight. We really don't have anything to report. We should tell people, Elizabeth, that the polls are actually still open. At least some of them are in Nevada. We thought they would close at 7 o'clock, but there was a lawsuit that was filed by the Republicans. This is like the upside down world wherein the Republicans want to keep polls open in Clark County because some of their favorable polling places had technical errors, and various conspiracy theories were offered early in the day. But they filed a lawsuit, and Judge Joe Hardy said, I think it's a few dozen of the polling places can stay open till 8. We don't know when we're going to get results. We hope we're going to get them before 9 o'clock. I can tell you the lay of the land now, close as we know, is the turnout today in the state of Nevada has been much lower than anyone, including myself, anticipated. It's only been probably about 100,000 right now. People thought it was going to be a lot bigger in Clark County. Last I saw it was about 80,000, Elizabeth. What that low turnout means, I don't know. The Democrats, based on the votes that have been cast a couple hours ago, had a statewide lead of about 37,000 ballots. But I can tell our viewers that Democrats here are very nervous. They're nervous because they're seeing what's going on back east. They see that some of the exit polling is showing Latinos in some heavily Latino states are voting in greater numbers than expected for Donald Trump. They're afraid that all the models here might be off. Even the usually infallible Ralston model may be off, Elizabeth. And I'm going to turn off my Twitter mentions if that occurs, because I do not want to hear from people who already are dunking on me. But tonight is really not about me for a change, Elizabeth. It's about our wonderful Indie team. And while we have some time, why don't we get to know them a little bit better? At least I hope we're going to. I swear we had a video.
We do.
Hi, I'm John Ralston. I'm the editor of Nevada Independent.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Thompson.
My name is Jackie Valley.
I'm Riley Snyder.
My name is Jasmine Orozco Rodriguez.
My name is Jacob Solis.
My name is Luz Gray.
I'm Megan Messerly.
I'm Michelle Rindell.
Hi, my name is Joey Lovato.
I'm Daniel Rothberg.
I cover K-12 education in Nevada, elections, and healthcare,
criminal justice reform, and cannabis.
The Native American communities across the state and the Latino communities.
Environmental issues.
The legislature, politics, energy, and
higher education and congressional elections.
I think the most important thing to do for viewers during an election show is not just to present results. They're all going to be partial results. I doubt we're going to get all the votes in one evening, but to put them in context. For instance, when those first votes pop up between 7 or 8 or maybe a little bit beyond that, we're going to be able to tell you how much of the vote is in, whether one person has an insurmountable lead or whether it looks like the race is going to be close for the entire evening and beyond. That's what we specialize in, bringing you the numbers as fast as we can and letting you know what they mean. So, Elizabeth, do you think that was enough of me or too much of me? Not enough of the staff? What do you think?
We should poll our watchers and see if they've had enough John Ralston or if they want even more. Those of you who are watching on YouTube, you can drop your comments and questions right there. We will get to your questions as we're able throughout the night. Our hashtag for the evening, for those of you who are on Twitter, is NVIndyTV. This is my high-tech graphic that I spent all day working on. NVIndyTV is your hashtag. We'll be watching for your tweets, your questions, your snarky comments. If we especially like something or especially hate something you tweeted, we'll probably reach out to you to send some free Indy swag your way, which you can wear with pride, not just during election season, but all throughout the year. I also want to remind people, as our fearless leader here often does, that we are a reader-supported nonprofit. So not only do we appreciate our sponsors when we hold events, but our members, our donors, keep us alive, keep us going. We love seeing those donations come in. There's a number of ways to give, as most of you already know. You can just hit that support our work button on the website anytime you want, but we've also got a text to donate option tonight. Here's your text to donate number, 243-725. One more time, 243-725. If you want to text to give, it's pretty easy, just a couple little steps there on your phone. If you want to support our coverage tonight or in the future, we certainly appreciate that. And I think that's it for housekeeping, John. So what is on your mind today as you've watched these numbers roll in? It surprised you that the turnout looks to be lower today, but we still got that question mark about mail ballots that still could be out. So what are you thinking?
So let's tell people where we are, Elizabeth, because this has been the most difficult election for me since I started covering politics way too long ago, before Elizabeth was born, I think. And the reason for that is that because they called the special session a few months ago and decided to mandate that every active registered voter would get a ballot, the voting patterns have completely changed. Early voting is big in Nevada, as most people watching this know, Elizabeth, and it's usually about 2/3 of the vote. People are not used to doing mail balloting in Nevada. 10% or less of the vote is through the mail usually. It has been more than half of the vote this time, and we still don't know, which is one of the issues we may run into tonight if the race here is close as some people now think it might be, because not all the ballots are going to get counted tonight. It's possible that tens of thousands of absentee ballots, mail ballots, will not be counted tonight. So where we are is this, is that the Democrats absolutely dominated the Republicans in mail ballots. They essentially followed what their Democratic leaders in the legislature wanted them to do, and they mailed it in, so to speak. And they won by a more than 2-to-1 margin, including in Clark County on mail. And then the Republicans, who almost never do well in early voting, have done very well in early voting. So it's been the upside down world in Nevada. They haven't done enough to offset the Democratic lead. The Democrats had the same kind of lead they had in 2016 when Hillary Clinton won the state, but the numbers were not so impregnable that I called the state for Joe Biden, as I was able to call it 4 years ago on the Friday or Saturday before the election. I predicted that Biden would win, but I was not nearly as certain of it as I was of Clinton's victory in 2016. So it's going to be very interesting to see what those first numbers look like when they pop up, whenever they pop up. After they start to get them, and we know that Riley Snyder, our internet maven who finds everything, will get us those results when they come up. And I want to tell all of our viewers that, and Elizabeth, you know this, is that I'll be checking my phone and checking websites and trying to get information as I always do too. I'm not being rude. I mean, at least I'm not being as rude as usual to you viewers. I'm just trying to get you the best numbers. We want people to enjoy this live stream, Elizabeth, but we also want to get them the information as quickly as we can so they know what's going on in Nevada and how Nevada might fit into the national picture. In case people don't know, it is looking like Trump is going to hold on to the states that he needs to back east, although it hasn't been called. He's going to win Florida. Looks like he may hold on to Georgia and North Carolina now, which he really needed to do. So we are where we were essentially 4 years ago, which is that blue wall in the Midwest that Biden needs to hold on to or flip this time, actually. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, all of which are too early to call. As we sit here, there's some good news perhaps for the Democrats in Arizona, but it's also too early to call there. And so we don't know where exactly we are. I've heard people putting out 269 to 269 scenarios, which could really interfere with our vacation plans, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I'm not rooting for that result, no matter what may happen. So I think our watchers and followers can probably agree with that as well. Why don't we do this, John, if it's okay with you, since it's still early. We know there are people still in line, so we know we're not going to get any official numbers until that is no longer the case according to state law. So why don't we go now to kind of a video mashup that we put together of voters that we spoke to during early voting and around the state as we kind of approach the show here. Are you ready for that?
I am.
All right, Joey, go ahead in the studio when you've got a chance to get that started for us.
I'm voting because that's a right. I have a couple of views. Like I said, I don't mind President Trump. I like Trump. I just don't like everything that Congress did. I understand Democratic Party, they played a part in what's going on too, but it goes both ways because y'all both should compromise for the people. You guys are in office for the people. Today I'm probably gonna vote for Biden. I like who Biden is as a person.
I voted for Biden because I feel like he is for everyone.
Trump is more for the economy, but you see people out here hurting, but you're more worried about your image so you can get reelected.
I think voting is important because you can actually make a change. I don't know the statistics of all who voted, but the one way that we as little people can actually make a change is by voting.
I'm voting all Democrat because, like I said, I know that the Democrats are going to do more for the people. You know, they're willing to spend where the Republicans don't really want to spend too much, which is understandable because it builds up the debt.
I'm very excited that I voted. This is the fourth time since 2014 that I have been able to vote. I am a naturalized citizen and I voted to make America safe again.
We have to get the vote in early. The future of our children and grandchildren depend on your vote. Yeah. I like the fact that he's already got some presidential experience by being a vice president before.
I actually voted Biden-Harris, but primarily I was focused on a lot of the local elections. So right now we have a lot of people who are running for judge seats. Those are the people who are really making decisions about kind of how things are impacting our day-to-day community. Even thinking about kind of who makes the decisions in our educational realm was a really important conversation this year too. I think I was really excited to see that we're putting in language to support marriage across all communities and groups.
Now, I like that one, yeah, that anyone can get married and it's recognized here in Nevada. No matter what gender you are, you should be able to allow to marry whoever you want.
I was excited for that. I was excited for the movement towards cleaner energy.
Once I got in there, it was nice. I mean, it was very organized. Obviously, no one likes the long lines, but if it's lines now, I can imagine what's going to happen on election day. I want to make sure I was able to vote.
So it was very easy for me. I filled out my mail-in ballot at home and just came to drop it off in person to make sure it counted.
I voted basically Republican wherever I could. Anyone who doesn't want to grow government is on my side. I want to shrink government as much as I can.
I proudly voted for Biden today. It's pretty much everything: civil rights, social justice, science, the environment, coronavirus pandemic. Pretty much every issue on the ballot, I am supporting Biden instead of Trump. I was excited to see the renewable energy question on there. I'm a big fan of the environment. The climate crisis is very real, so I was happy to vote yes.
I wish we had better choices. I don't think we have the choices we should have. It seems like not the best people get on a ballot. It's more or less the people who can run a better campaign and have more money. When you're voting the lesser of two evils, that's not good choices.
I'm 74 years old, and from experience I can tell you, your vote does count, and we need to get out and vote. It's my right, and I'm blessed to have it, and I'm blessed to be in the United States of America where I can vote.
Well, we apologize for all these pings, everybody. It's not one of us playing a musical instrument. We're trying to figure out what the issue is, and we'll try to get that fixed as soon as we can. I don't know whether to blame myself or Elizabeth, but I'll let you know who the culprit is when we can. You know, I'm really proud of that video and of how our multimedia editor Joey Lovato and Janice Asen have been able to work together and put together this great stuff. So why don't you talk about it a little bit while I try to mute whatever's making those noises, Elizabeth.
I just so you know, I shut down Slack entirely because I went in and I muted all my notifications and I turned them off, and I don't know what's going on, but just to be safe, I closed Slack. So FYI team, I can't see you there. I think one thing that's been added into the Nevada Independent mix since we launched is more video content. Joey Lovato, who you're going to hear us talking to all night, he's our multimedia producer. He's our official producer for the show tonight. Does all the video editing. So when Janice Asen, for instance, who is one of our freelance videographers, goes out into the field and collects, as she did for us this past week, a bunch of voter interviews, it's Joey's job to put a narrative to it, figure out which clips we're going to use, get it all in order. Joey also incidentally helped Riley put together ballot explainer videos, which I thought were great, less than 2 minutes a piece. If you didn't have a clue about one of the ballot questions, it was a very quick way to get it figured out and hear what the pros and cons were. As always, we don't take a position on these issues. We don't endorse ballot questions nor for candidates, but it is our job, hopefully, to fill you in as quickly and efficiently as we can, whether through video content or text, so that you can figure out what you want to do at the polls and in your lives. So yeah, video content has become almost a daily part of the Indy Now. And I think I'll just take this opportunity to say that if our listeners, readers, followers, watchers have suggestions for video content, things they'd like to see us do video reports on, we're always happy to take those. We're always looking for new ideas. So we appreciate the creativity, I would say, and the suggestions of our readers and followers.
Well, Elizabeth, I can tell you that I had muted Slack, so we could spend more time talking about who is to blame for this. But our viewers know that the buck stops with me, and apparently the sound stopped with me. So I will take full responsibility. I see that Joey has sent us a few questions. Do you want me to answer these from our viewers? And send us some questions, because we definitely have time to kill here before the numbers start to come in. Do the results in Arizona ease concerns about the Latino vote in Nevada? Well, we don't know full results in Arizona. I haven't seen the latest ones yet, but I think the West is different than the East in some ways, but I also believe that Nevada is very different than almost any other state. And there have been time after time, as I've covered politics, that I have found that Nevada has gone contrary to waves that have occurred. Now, I'm not saying that that's what's happening in this election tonight, because it's too early to call some of these races, Elizabeth. But it seems to me that we just don't know yet until we see some numbers in Nevada what might be going on. And let me tell you, another person asked about how long until we get counts. We don't know the answer to that either, but we're going to be very, very careful about how we interpret those. And let me tell you why. Excuse me. There are going to be a lot of mail ballots that will not be counted tonight, especially in Clark County. The Democrats have done very, very well in mail ballots. I was told earlier today, Elizabeth, that 300,000 or so mail ballots in Clark County will be counted tonight. That will probably not include, though, 100,000 or more mail ballots that have come in since the weekend or over the weekend and Monday and today. All of those will count. As you know, the president has made a big deal about not counting any ballots after the election. After election day, they can count them for a week, and they will, because the president and his team have lost every attempt to change that. But what we will be able to see tonight are all of the in-person votes that have been cast and some of the mail ballots. Now, if the Clark County numbers, which favor the Republicans only slightly today and by a greater margin with the early vote, if those combined with the mail ballots don't show Joe Biden with a fairly significant lead in Clark County, my guess is the Democrats will get nervous. Listen, we don't know. I'm just speculating now. I don't want to spend too much time doing that. But one of the great things about the Secretary of State site here is they break down for every county once numbers start coming in, which are mail, which are in person today, and which are in person early vote. So we will be able to glean some things from that. Nothing conclusive if the race is close, but we will be able to extrapolate from that what the rest of the vote might look like. But I understand why people here might wonder what we can learn from what's going on in Florida and Arizona and Nevada. But I just think that some of that is apples to oranges.
It's always a challenge for us, right? Because we want to give people as much information as we can. A little bit of extrapolation and speculation is okay, but we don't want to be guilty of too much of that. And as John has been pointing out on his early vote blog for many weeks, this is an orange to apples or apples to orange type of year. There are so many things that are different this year that I think John and I are even more reluctant than usual to get too far out on any pundit limb with our speculation. So we'll be happy to do extrapolations once the numbers start to drop. I'll be really interested, John, when we start doing the math on how many possible mail votes could still be out there, right? And what that means for the top of the ticket, as well as some of the down ballot races. And speaking of that, I want to let our viewers know that we're going to have most members of Team Indy are going to join us at one time or another tonight to talk about the races they've covered, what they've learned, what's different about these races than in the past. That includes many of the down ballot races. So the two contested congressional races, CD3, that was a slip, CD3 and CD4. And then we've got about 9 legislative races that we consider in play. Very important races because both a super minority in the Assembly and a super majority in the Senate are at stake. And that could be very, very important when the session kicks off in February. So we're going to be watching those as well. And then, of course, as a result of our judicial races project, which I know many of you appreciated, we're going to be reporting on some of those judicial races as well. So we'll have Team Indy coming in and out all night to talk to us about these races. We'll try to keep you entertained and informed while we're waiting for these numbers to come. And of course, they can't come too soon for John and I, but we'll try to be patient here as we can.
Yes, patience is one of my strong suits, as you know, Elizabeth, especially when it comes to waiting for numbers. And we are going to be waiting, I'm afraid, for quite some time because the way it works is, as I think you mentioned earlier, the state law says that you can't start releasing numbers while people are still in line. And I assume that people are still in line in Clark County. Are any of our reporters checking on that? Do you know?
They are. The only thing I've seen so far, and I think it was Michelle who dropped a note, that Desert Breeze Community Center, which is here in Clark County, there's a report that there's about 75 people still waiting to be checked in and then to cast their ballot. I'm not sure how many voting machines they have at that location, so hard to say how long it's going to take to process 75 people, but we can definitely confirm that there are still people in line waiting to vote in Clark County.
Yeah, that's probably going to occur for a while, because we're not talking about just a couple of polling places. We're talking about a few dozen. And so it could be a while. It's be interesting because as I said on Twitter, Elizabeth, if you had told me 4 years ago, 2 years ago, maybe 2 months ago, excuse me, that the Republicans would be suing to try to keep polling places open in the county where they end up getting crushed every cycle, I would have thought you were crazy. But that is how upside down 2020 has been in Nevada, with all the mail balloting and the Democrats taking advantage of it, and the Republicans raising all kinds of conspiracy theories about it, and even 3 or 4 lawsuits, all of which so far have yielded nothing.
Yeah, and not just that, John, but you remembered something I had forgotten, which is that in 2016, the NVGOP had a cow because a few voting locations were kept open to, allow people who were in line to show up and vote. And I can't remember how many minutes, we went past the official closing time, but it was in a precinct that I guess they didn't think was conducive to the outcome they were looking for. They had an absolute fit about that. And so it amused me greatly today when this judge's ruling came across, giving them the nod and saying, yes, Republicans, will keep some poll locations open for you for an hour longer, since there were some issues this morning with those check-in kiosks, getting people checked in. There were many locations where they got started as much as an hour late. I saw a lot of really interesting comments on Twitter. A lot of people on the Democratic side of the aisle said that the judge did the right thing, that allowing people, access to make sure, for example, if they checked in this morning and couldn't vote because maybe they had to get to work because they couldn't wait, that keeping those polls open an hour later tonight was the right thing to do to give those folks an opportunity to circle back around. So I liked seeing that. I thought that was nice.
I see our redoubtable Megan Messerly tells us via the formerly pinging Slack that Biden has been declared the winner in Arizona by Fox News. Now, apparently the other networks have not done that. I just checked the numbers in case. We might as well talk about a state that actually has some votes in, since ours doesn't, Elizabeth. And I see that Biden has about an 8-point lead there. Megan, if you see any more up-to-date numbers than that, and that's with about 80% of the vote in right now. So if Biden wins Arizona, that could change a lot of things. It might make some of the Democrats in Nevada feel less restless, although I think they're very, very nervous about it, and everyone's mad at the pollsters again, Elizabeth, although I don't think that we should say that that's so until we see some of the blue wall results. Clearly, the Florida number is what upset a lot of people on the Democratic side, because I think the average showed Biden ahead by a few points, and he's going to end up losing by 5 or so. But, Florida is not necessarily a bellwether for the nation, so we should see what happens. Arizona is more like Nevada, I think, than Florida is like Nevada. But as most people who live here for any amount of time know, Nevada is like nowhere else. So I'm not sure that we can say which state we're going to vote more like. So are we going to go to one of our interns? What are we going to do? Is that what the mother of interns, Michelle Rindels, would like us to do? And the shadow boss of the Indy, in case anyone doesn't know?
I don't think our followers have any idea that that's becoming a running inside joke here at the Indian. We appreciate you, Michelle. So don't take that the wrong way. But yeah, I guess Kristen, one of our interns, she's out in the field. She's going to try to find a quiet spot. So she spent the day going to different voter locations. I think she's checking out a watch party. So Michelle is going to try to help her find a quiet corner where she can join us on our laptop, and we can maybe chit chat with her a little bit from it's the Nevada GOP party. I think I must have forgotten that she was going to be there tonight. So yeah, I would love to actually talk to Kristen and see what the mood is in the room as these various states are being called. I'm assuming they've got Fox News on 27 screens there at the party. So they're probably aware of what just happened with the call for Arizona. So I'd be curious to know what the mood in the room is. So give us a minute to get Kristen teed up, and we'll bring her in. That'll be a good probably first conversation.
Should we bring a reporter on in the meantime to talk about the lay of the land and the legislature, the congressional races? Are our reporters available? Are they snarfing down pizza? Are they already at the bar? Or what's going on with our reporters?
I believe they're all on standby, so you can take your pick, John. Which race do you want to talk about first?
Well, let's maybe we should bring on Megan just to give an overview, since she has been kind of the presidential race cover person in Nevada. If Megan is ready to come on, that will be great. We'd love to have Megan on. She put out a very funny tweet earlier claiming that she has aged terribly in the last 4 years, showing a picture of herself 4 years ago and then now. And I saw no difference at all. But between what Megan looks like and what I look like, and I'm like the actual reverse of the picture of Dorian Gray. You know, I'm actually I'm not Dorian Gray. I'm the picture. After covering politics this long in Nevada.
Too funny. Megan's gonna she needs to do a couple things she said. So why don't let's bring Riley on. He's been covering these lawsuits. We just referred to one of the lawsuits, which went the first lawsuit in Nevada that kind of went the Republicans' way today. But Riley's been covering the slew of lawsuits and everything that happened and didn't happen. So maybe you want to bring Riley on first, John, and just
we can. And before we do that, someone asked where the results site is on the Secretary of State's website. It is silverstateelection.nv.gov. That's silverstateelection.nv.gov. And so if you want the results, and if you get them before we can get to it, or one of our intrepid reporters does, please let us know, and we will put them out. But I think it's going to be at least an hour before we get there.
Let me say this too to folks. So if you are watching us right now directly on our YouTube page, that's great, and feel free to stay there. However, if you go to the homepage of the website right now and click the Elections 2020 results button, you'll see that up in the top left, kind of above the navigation bar. If you click there, we're also live streaming on that page. And then if you scroll down, you'll see where we're going to be posting results and calling races ourselves throughout the night. So feel free to check the Secretary of State's website if you want, but you can also just keep an eye on our results page. And as John calls races throughout the night, you'll see those little green check marks pop up. And there is Megan. Hi, Megan.
Hi.
Hi, Megan. You have aged terribly just today.
I know.
So let's talk a little bit about the presidential race in Nevada, and what you've written about, and what you've been told is happening today by any of your sources.
Yes. Well, where would you like me to start? I mean, I think the thing that I go back to is I remember a story I wrote last fall when I was talking to a bunch of really smart Republican folks about what the race was going to look like this year. And they all told me, you know, if it's Joe Biden, basically, you know, Donald Trump has no shot here in Nevada, right? It's you know, we'll kind of try, but it's basically over, right? And I go back to that story I wrote, I think it was in November, so almost a year ago, about, just feeling like there was no hope for Republicans if it was Joe Biden. And here we are, Obviously looking at the polls, Joe Biden has the lead. We've looked at, Democratic turnout, which has been, good. At the same time, there's still a question, right? And the fact that there is a question, I think, is what's surprising to me, right? The fact that we don't feel like it's completely in the bag. And I think the big reason for that, as, I've been covering and we've all been talking a lot about, is the coronavirus pandemic, right? Which has completely changed the game for Democrats. And, they're this well-oiled machine, and here they are, having to rewrite their entire playbook. And it's made 2020 a very strange year.
Should we bring somebody on from the staff who knows something about the coronavirus and the impact that it's had?
Yeah,
Of course, I'm being facetious. Of course, I'm being facetious because Megan has developed the best COVID-19 page in the state and maybe in the country. It's that good, and she updates it even on weekends. I guess what I'm wondering, Megan, is that we saw today something that really surprised me. I don't know how much it surprised you, which is a very low turnout compared to what a lot of people, I think, was. And this has been kind of an upside down year in every single way. But you had about 1.1 million people vote early or by mail that had been counted before today, which essentially was the turnout entirely in 2016, but there were about 275,000 or so, or maybe a little bit more voters on the rolls, maybe closer to 300 after all the additions. It's pretty low, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, like you, I've been shocked by that as well. I think we just assumed that, there'd been a lot of talk, right, about the amount of energy and intensity in this election. I think we assumed that there would be, good turnout on election day. And obviously that's, as you've been talking about and hammering home, this is when Republicans can play catch up with, what the Democrats have been able to achieve through their mail voting numbers. So to see those numbers lower today, was surprising. I think at the same time, we think about this year again and how strange it's been, right? And what percentage of people are going to feel comfortable, going to the poll on election day. And we know that Nevadans prefer to early vote, right? And in normal elections, that's the most popular voting method. And so, looking at this election, how many people are, committed to going on election day in the middle of a pandemic and vote. All the same, I'm still surprised that, we've seen the numbers that we have seen, and that, changes the numbers game, right?
Yeah,
Right.
I'm really wondering, it's just been on my mind all day as I watch these, vote totals being posted. And I was so surprised at how low they were. And I just thought, goodness, this isn't what I thought was going to, happen today at all. And I really expected the GOP especially to just be turning out left and right today at every possible polling location. But the thing that's on my mind is these, how many votes were left and are left. And the fact that we have no way of knowing how many of those remaining votes are still coming in the form of mail. And in Nevada, because I believe we can accept a correctly postmarked ballot numerous days after election day, and then many more days of counting is allowed if it's needed after that. I don't want this to be the case, but it's causing me to feel as if, gosh, even when the numbers post tonight, there is a chance that we're just going to say, we don't know. And because there are so many anomalies this year, questions about the Latino vote, questions about which way the indies are going to swing and so forth, that, it might be a big question mark even tonight. And even with all the hard work that John Ralston has put into creating 47 million voting scenarios on his early vote blog.
I mean, that's why it comes down to how close it is, right? And where we're sort of at the end of the night. If it's a tiny margin, no, we're not going to know. But at the same time, if you think about the outstanding votes, right, those are mail votes. And we know that Democrats have 1 mail votes, right? So, I mean, that gives us a sense of sort of where things are, because we'll know where the numbers stand tonight. Obviously weird things can happen. It could turn out that it's, topsy-turvy, but, we can extrapolate based on what we've seen happen over the last, few weeks of mail ballots coming in and sort of go from there.
So I am told, just for some news, that they're still voting at 7 locations only now in Clark County. All the other counties are completely done and closed up. So they're just waiting for the voting to be done at those 7 locations, and then perhaps we will get some numbers. This is the thing that I really worry about, though, Megan, and that is that it is close tonight, really close, which it could be. We don't know. We'll know after we see the first Clark numbers, because it's such an overwhelming part of the state. What ballots have been counted and what haven't, how the indies are breaking probably and how they haven't. I think we're going to switch right back into the legal realm starting tomorrow. It is in the Republicans' interest to try to slow down or the counting of mail ballots or invalidate mail ballots, as, by the way, they're trying to do in Pennsylvania right now, and they're going to have a hearing, I believe, tomorrow or Thursday on that, because they don't like the way that the signatures were cured or whatever. This is going to be replayed here if the election nationally is in doubt, and certainly Nevada starts to play a role there. And that is just, it's very diminishing to the process, and people are going to have questions about that.
Yeah, they will. And I know you've been hammering this point home, but I know we've been trying to talk about the processes that are in place, right? And this is not just a free-for-all process. The president has said that, your ballots don't have to be signed in Nevada. They do have to be signed. We've reported on sort of what that process looks like, but that has been the concern with the whole process, right? Is what happens if you do undermine integrity in the process, and then in a close election, even in a not close election, right? Then folks feel like they can't have confidence in those results. And if it's close here and if it's close nationally, then all of that becomes all the more important.
I think what's been particularly annoying to me about this whole situation with the GOP lawsuits is that, and John, you've pointed this out on Twitter a couple times, and I'm going to piggyback onto it a little bit, the Republicans are the party of tort reform. They're always going on and on about frivolous lawsuits and how too many, cases make it into the court system that never should. They're also presumably, or so they have branded themselves, the party of law and order, of people being innocent until proven guilty. And yet there are these huge blanket allegations across the country of rampant voter fraud. And it would, the hundreds or thousands of people that it would take to actually carry off some elaborate voter fraud scheme. It's almost silly, but let's just say that it was possible, right? The GOP should, they call themselves conservative, right? Shouldn't they be conservative in their approach to this? This is how I've been thinking about this, which is that you don't start throwing out allegations until you've got some evidence, until you've got some proof. As John's been ranting about for weeks, that's not the way this has gone. They've been able, willing, and ready to just throw out allegations left and right. So I'm a little trepidatious about the lawsuits that are to come. But I'm watching how these judges are ruling across the country. I think by and large, things are going probably the way they should go, which is that state laws are being upheld with the way ballots are tallied and accepted in counties, and judges are simply upholding that from state to state. A couple of exceptions to that, especially in Texas, which was a concern to me. But I think so far, John, I haven't had a huge objection to the way these rulings have gone in Nevada. Have you?
No, I think the judges have conducted themselves very, very well, and I think that they have shown the political nature. In fact, one of the attorneys pointed out that it's no coincidence that they were trying to shut down mail balloting in a blue county where mail balloting favored the Democrats. Just as, by the way, the Democrats used their political might in Carson City to pass this mail ballot law because they thought it would be advantageous for them politically. They can make the same kind of policy arguments that the Republicans made. They were doing it because it's a pandemic. People should get mail ballots. And the Republicans say, oh, we don't want voter fraud. They can make policy arguments, but this is all inherently a political process. Let me just say one quick thing, Elizabeth and Megan. I'm going to jump off this a live stream for just a few minutes and go give my sometimes masters at MSNBC a few minutes of my time, but I promise that I shall return, and do not take it personally. I'll be back.
That's pretty. We'll wait here.
We'll wait here. Yep.
Megan, I guess Kristen is ready from NVGOP Party HQ. Do you want to stay with me to talk to her about what's going on?
Until John comes back, then I'll leave.
Okay, great. So go ahead, Kristen, if your sound is still working and if you're feeling good about the quiet corner that you found, then go ahead and jump in here anytime. I'm curious, I'm hoping that if she's not in too quiet of a corner, maybe she can turn the laptop and we can get a little panoramic view there of what's going on in the, oh, there she is. Oh, nope, she's in a casino hallway. I recognize it well. Hi, Kristen.
Oh, we can't hear you now.
She can't hear us. You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Great, we can hear you now. You can hear us?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Okay, so what's going on there where are we at? Tell us, what casino are you at?
Yes, so I am at the South Point in Las Vegas right now at the Trump campaign and Nevada GOP watch party. There was just some yelling because Fox News just called Ohio for Trump. And that's pretty much how it's been all night. We're watching the Fox News stream. So whenever Fox News calls a state, it is the most energetic that I think I've seen a crowd in a while. And it's not just states called for the president either. Anytime they're calling Senate races, any like major campaigns, they just showed Lindsey Graham's like not acceptance speech, but victory speech. And the crowd was very pumped for that too. So it is high energy here.
How many people are in that room, would you say?
Yeah, so at the peak, they had about 150 in there. People have been kind of trailing off as a lot of states have been saying that they're not going to be announcing official results tonight. I would say it's about 115 right now based on the count that the organizers have and then how many I've seen coming in and out.
Kristen, I was going to ask, you mentioned the cheers in response to Fox calling Ohio for Trump. What was the response when Fox called Arizona for Biden?
Not as excited. It was a pretty quiet crowd, but there was a little booing from the front, but most of all, it kind of seemed like people were just resigned more than upset.
Okay. And what is?
I think that's.
Oh no, go ahead.
I think that's an attitude I'm seeing a lot, is that as excited as people are also very aware of the chance of Trump maybe not winning Nevada at least. And so there's an attitude of we're hoping for the best, but we understand that maybe our state isn't going to be going for, the candidate that they've all voted for.
Interesting. Have you had a chance to talk to folks there, Kristen, individually since you've been there?
Yes, I've talked to a lot of the people who are here, and I've also been talking to a lot of Trump voters all day at election sites. I think here I'm seeing the most Trump gear possibly more Trump gear than I saw at the actual Trump rally earlier this year. Voters are excited, and I think they like the community of an event like this. I think there's a very strong sense of community among Trump supporters, something that they kind of build just through wearing the clothes that represent the candidate by going to all of these major events. And I think they like being at an event like this where they can be surrounded by other Trump supporters while results come out, whether those are good or bad.
Yeah, so you've been out quite a bit in the field, Kristen, between early voting and then election day and now at this party. And by the way, thank you for all your hard work in the field for us. We're so happy to have you out there and happy that you stayed on with us. For those of you who don't know, we had 3 just spectacular interns over the summer, and they were so great that we just invited them all to stay for the fall semester. So we were happy to hold on to our 3 great interns, all who have done some truly fantastic reporting work. If you're not too tired later, Kristen, we might even have you come back on to talk about races that you've covered. But I'm curious to just ask you, I mean, you're fairly young, you're new to political reporting as a profession. As you've been out and about this past week, what has struck you? What has surprised you and what has not surprised you?
I think today I was surprised by the number of young voters that I saw in particular. I feel like as a young voter and just as someone who has been covering a lot of politics, a lot of what you hear is that young voters don't really come out as much. And I'm definitely going into election day, I think there was an image that a lot of us had of like what party and what demographics a lot of the in-person voters on election day were going to be. Today, I saw a lot of young people. I was out talking to a lot of 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds who were really excited to cast votes in person in their first election. I also think that just the passion that a lot of Trump voters have and just the excitement to talk about their views is something that I haven't seen maybe throughout just my life being surrounded by politics. Is just people are very open about their views, very willing to talk like in front of other voters, not trying to hide who they're voting for, very proud to say who they're voting for while they're waiting in line. And I think that's something I wasn't expecting. I was expecting that maybe people to be a little bit holding it back or maybe nervous to talk in front of other voters, just because I think for a long time politics was something where you didn't really talk about who you voted for unless that was the only subject of conversation. And I think that the passion that a lot of these voters have for their candidate is something that surprises me every time I go out in the field.
Kristen, you mentioned, the young voters wanting to go out. Maybe this is their first election, so they want to go on election day and participate in person, sort of get the full election day experience. Talking to the other voters that you were chatting with, I mean, did you get a sense of their reasons for coming out for election day? Was it tradition? Was it, fear of the mail ballot process? What were sort of their thoughts for coming out on election day in person?
It was a pretty even split between all of those things. I think I spoke to a lot of voters who said they didn't trust the mail-in system. They wanted to make sure that their ballot was getting counted, that they were the one filling it out. I also talked to people who just said, I've always voted on election day. It's a habit to come and vote in person every 4 years, every 2 years, however often they participate in elections. So I think it's a variety of reasons that I encountered today.
Kristen, well, we want to thank you so much for your hard work all throughout the election cycle, but tonight as well. Are you planning on hanging out there a while longer, or are you ready to call it a night?
I think I'm going to be here until they call Nevada on Fox News, at least. So we'll see what the reaction is there.
All right. Well, I'm going to, for Kristen's benefit, I'm going to say that Nevada might not get called tonight, and we don't expect her to sleep at the South Point. So at some point, she may have to change her plan and head on home. Kristen, thanks for this live report. We really appreciated it.
Thank you for having me.
Excellent. Okay, so we're just gonna, we got a couple of updates here. So Washo County voters who were waiting in line once the polls closed have all voted. That's a report from Ben. Marjo, how do you pronounce his last name, Megan? Do you know?
That's a good question. I want to say
Marjo. Sorry, Ben.
And so I feel really bad. I don't know.
If I just mangled your name, Ben, I apologize to you. But it was good reporting. So we know that everybody's voted in Washo County. Desert Breeze, which is the location in Clark County that we mentioned. So we're about 40 minutes past the last time we reported on it. The end of the line has made it to the entrance. That's a report from Max Darrow at News 3. So there's about a dozen people to go now to actually vote at that location. And what that means is that we're probably getting closer to having some numbers post, and I'm very happy to be able to say that out loud. I can't wait to see some of the numbers so we can try to make heads, tails, or something of everything that's going on. So Megan, I don't want to keep you, I know you're probably eager to go look at numbers and see what's going on. I'm happy to have you stay if you want to stay. But I'm also happy to just switch you out and bring Riley Snyder on, because I actually did want to kind of chat about these lawsuits a little bit longer. So what's your preference?
Yeah, if we want to bring Riley on, I can pop out when he pops in.
Okay, good. All right, Riley, get yourself teed up if you would. And as you come on, Megan can depart and go back to the number watching or whatever else she wants to do. I was obsessively refreshing on the Electoral College before we came on the live stream. So I don't know how many others of you are out there doing that, but I love playing with Electoral College maps. It's one of my geeky political pleasures. So do you have a favorite electoral map that you use, Megan?
You know, I bounce back and forth between them. I don't know. I've been watching the predictions online, and you know, this you can do it this way, and if you know you swap Florida, you can kind of drive yourself crazy. But I was going to say what I was reminded of while Kristen was talking was the 2016 watch party that I went to for the ND Dems, which was, I was just recalling the mood and the environment. And I remember, you know, driving over, I think they had already called Florida for Trump, or it was looking like Florida was going for Trump. And I remember how tense the mood was in that room, right? Even as states were being called for Hillary, it was so somber. And I literally remember they had CNN on the screen, and they called the race for Catherine Cortez Masto in the US Senate race, which was obviously a huge deal, competitive race. And there was literally no reaction in the room. I looked around, I remember tweeting, does anyone realize that they've called the race for Catherine? I know everyone sort of focused on the presidential, but this was obviously a huge victory for Nevada Democrats. And it took like many minutes until people finally realized. And so I was just thinking how fun those experiences can be, you know, getting the feel of a room and trying to, you know, gauge the temperature of folks and how they're feeling. So
yeah, and what they're paying attention to and like what they care about. And I sometimes assume that the people watching are just as exhausted as we are. So we're not always our sharpest by the time we get to election night. So my sympathies to everyone on both sides of the aisle. If you're exhausted tonight, I hope you get a good night's sleep, whatever we may or may not know when we go to bed tonight. All right, Megan, thanks for joining us. Riley, thank you for sitting here quietly while we chattered away. And I'm so glad that Riley's here because I love talking about these lawsuits. And Riley is the man who has been just covering them from filings to updates and a marathon 9-hour evidentiary hearing the other day, which I was just literally so grateful that I did not have to sit there and do that. Well, Riley tweeted the highlights and then finally got a story out. So Riley, were you, let me ask you this first, were you surprised today when Judge Hardy agreed to hold some of these poll locations open?
Yeah, and just for a little background, I'm assuming everyone's aware, but the Trump campaign and the Nevada Republican Party filed this emergency lawsuit this afternoon, asking to hold about 22 poll locations in Clark County open for an extra hour due to various technical difficulties and glitches when polls were supposed to open at 7 a.m. So I'm not super surprised from what Judge Hardy said. He just said he kind of wants to err on the side of having more access to voting as opposed to less access to voting. I think there was some surprise and some snark going on that, you know, it's the Trump campaign asking for more time for people to cast votes in person, but I'm not super surprised. Like these kind of lawsuits kind of come up pretty regularly around this time, like on election day, kind of last minute pushes, something like this where there was sort of like a clear injury. It did seem like there were some people who either left or went somewhere else. I'm not super surprised that the judge ended up ruling that way. So yeah, it's kind of par for the course. It was a little bit of a surprise to like get it and then have a hearing 10 minutes later, and then 10 minutes later, the deadline goes. So that was surprising for sure.
If only the court system could move that quickly all the time, though, life would be so much better. Riley, you said a key phrase there about injury. And in the other lawsuits in which the Republicans did not so much get their way, that was one of the key issues, right? Which is that the judges in those cases, both Gonzalez and Wilson, right? They both kind of said, well, you know, you're making these requests, but you haven't shown any injury. Like you're talking about hypothetical future situations and you haven't proven that you actually have standing. You haven't brought anything to the court to convince us that we should be taking these extra special measures for you. Am I characterizing that about right in these other couple lawsuits?
Yeah, so if you read, it's a pretty short order, you know, for all of our readers waiting for Nevada election results. If you want something fun to do, go ahead and read the order that they filed and this request that, again, the Trump campaign and state Republican Party filed with the state Supreme Court this morning asking for an emergency writ. So emergency court action. Essentially, it was a repeat of what they asked last week, where they don't want them to use this machine that analyzes voter signatures. And this whole issue with duplication. That's when a mail ballot is sent to election officials. It doesn't go through the machine for some reason. So an election worker will fill it out on a duplicate form and then run it through there. They wanted to block both of those things. I think Clark County has been very clear that if that did happen, that would really bottleneck a lot of their processing and take longer for results to come in. There's a deadline for statewide canvassing, but I think like the important thing to note here is that it's a pretty high bar to get a court to intervene, like in literally the 11th hour or whatever it was today when they filed that. There's federal principles that apply to that, but there's also like courts generally don't want to mess with the rules of an election like right at the 11th hour just to avoid kind of catastrophic consequences. So in the order, the state Supreme Court, it was a unanimous 7 justices signed on. They said, you haven't proven to us that this would cause so much of an injury to voters or to whoever that it's worth us taking this like very drastic step at this point in time.
Yeah, essentially they wanted the counting to halt in Clark County, correct, until this checklist of requests was met, and the judge basically said, no, we're not gonna do that, at least until such time as we have been given a good reason to. Welcome back, John Ralston. How was your adventure on MSNBC?
Well, it was the usual adventure that going on national TV is, but I always enjoy talking to both Rachel and Brian. I wonder, Riley, maybe you know the answer to this, and I know that the Secretary of State is frustrated by this every time. MSNBC put up some numbers, and maybe you guys already know about this, from Nevada that showed like 370 to 50. And I know sometimes these rural counties go rogue and release their numbers even before they're supposed to.
Yeah, so I'm guessing they're using numbers from the Associated Press. This is very in the weeds for anyone on the live stream who wonders what we're talking about, but essentially the Associated Press will have a bunch of contractors who call county elections offices to try to get numbers as soon as possible. It's a huge operation. They do this in every single state. So I'm guessing that they probably got some numbers from one county or a handful of precincts. I don't know where it is. There's none on the Secretary of State's website just yet, but that's kind of what I think I've heard, or what I would assume is going on, is that that's just one small county or a limited number of precincts going on. Obviously,
it's about 400 votes. So it was kind of funny though, when MSNBC put it up, everyone will get a kick out of this. It showed 90% to Trump and 8% for Biden. I said, Rachel, you should call the state. It's over. So, but it looks like probably the rural numbers are going to come in first, and that is going to be a lopsided showing, obviously, for Trump. But it'll be interesting to see how many votes there are there and how big his lead is. Hopefully, Clark County will start counting soon after those rural, or not counting. They've already counted. Hopefully they'll release some numbers so we get a more balanced picture. Maybe Washo will release theirs as well. But Riley, I expect you to find every tabulation as it comes in.
I'm on the Lander County website as we speak, John. So don't worry.
I figured as much. What else did I miss, Elizabeth? I'm sorry to have deserted you.
No, it actually worked out great. We had a wonderful interview with Kristen, who was live from a hallway at South Point, talking about what was happening at the GOP watch party. Fox News had called a couple of races, one for Trump, one for against Trump. So it was kind of interesting. And she talked about her reporting out in the field this past week and what it's been like to talk to different types of voters, and her notation, especially that I asked her what had surprised her the most. And she said the number of young voters that she has run across at the polls is one of the things that surprised her. Tabitha Mueller wrote a great story recently on the youth vote in Nevada, everything that had been done to turn them out and energize them. Of course, they're notoriously, maybe I shouldn't use the word notorious, but they don't show up in as great in numbers as other age groups typically. But we're seeing a little bit of a shift in that, which I think means some of these get out the vote efforts for these younger folks are probably working. Since we've got Riley here, although I'm sure he would be delighted to come back at any time we ask him, do you want to get into some of the ballot questions, or do you want to save that for later?
Sure, I'm happy to. If we have time, I think Paul Boger from KUNR was also hoping to go on at 9 o'clock. And I also just got a tweet on my phone from the Secretary of State's office saying that Oh, he says 10 o'clock now. From the Secretary of State's office saying that we'll expect results soon once Clark County finishes. So
Soon.
probably by 10 o'clock, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what soon means.
So the Megan helpfully pointed out that those numbers that I talked about came from Eureka, and which is one of the smallest counties in terms of registered voters. It's the second smallest to Esmeralda, but there are more votes up there now. And Riley, again, I think these are counties going rogue because you have White Pine released now, and of course, you know, Trump is winning by 83 percentage points in Eureka and 58 percentage points in White Pine. White Pine, in case people don't know, is again one of the smaller rural counties. There are essentially 6 relatively large rural counties when it comes to vote, and then the other 9 are relatively small. But they're not supposed to be releasing these votes, or what, Riley? I forget. I mean, aren't they supposed to hold those until Clark County releases their votes?
They're supposed to, but again, I think the Associated Press or whoever's compiling this information, I think the AP does it for almost everyone. They'll reach out to the counties and sometimes they'll release that information. Like Elko County, for example, posted results on a bunch of local races, a ballot question there in that county right at 8 o'clock. So they're not necessarily waiting for the results from for the lines in Clark County to finish, for all those people to finish voting. But this kind of happens like every cycle. I remember in 2018, I think in 2016, the small rural counties, they'll dump some of their precincts, some of their numbers. But, you know, again, like the fact Trump is up by 3,000 votes in rural Nevada doesn't really tell you anything at this point. It's all about the margins, about whether or not that kind of cascades and do enough to offset whatever the Clark County numbers are. So that's kind of what we're all waiting for, I think, at this point.
So Elizabeth, I know you wanted to bring on some other reporters, but I'm just told that actually Clark is done and that they're about to post a whole bunch of rural results. So maybe we should focus on that before we bring anyone on, see if anything's happening. And maybe we should let Riley go and find those for us since he is so good at that. Or Riley can stay on for a while. I'm fine either way. In fact, before these results come in, Riley, I don't know if you addressed this with Elizabeth while I was gone. I apologize. Have you heard from the Republicans definitively that they are going to file more lawsuits tomorrow over the counting of the post-election day mail ballots?
I have not. I think at this point, that litigation is in the state Supreme Court and they have like a briefing schedule and all there. So I think all they could file really at this point would be a federal lawsuit or some kind of appeal there. But because of how the Nevada Supreme Court sort of structured that decision, they agreed to an expedited schedule, which just means it's not going to take 6 to 8 months. So like briefing will be done by Monday. And they might order a decision, they might have arguments. It's kind of up to the Supremes. But I think like, and I asked about this on a call that they had on Friday of like, what are your appeal options really if you get rejected at the district court level, at the state Supreme Court level? I suppose they could file something federally. I mean, like in Texas with that whole thing in Harris County where they had the drive-in voting, they filed a federal lawsuit after they lost in state Supreme Court. So it's another avenue. I just don't know if they can like get ahead of the game and try and stop it. Their argument the whole time has been like, once these votes are processed, we can't quote unquote challenge them necessarily because they're separated from the envelopes. They can't do kind of what they want to do once all that happens. But I don't know if they can really take those steps. They haven't said anything publicly, at least.
So just in case people want to know, Elizabeth, these early results from White Pine and Eureka do show they're only about 4,500 votes, and Trump has about 3,600 of them. And so we will not know that much except for these rural numbers for a while, but they're going to be releasing them very soon.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay here and just chat about them as they come in. Do you have your calculator handy, John? You've been so on top of all these rural numbers with what's in and what's not and what it could be and what it was in 2016. Are you prepared to do a quick analysis once we?
Yeah, I mean it's difficult because we don't know what percentage of the vote is in. Let me just say about the rural Nevada, the turnout there was not that robust either. At least it didn't seem to be. And so I think we're going to know a lot once we get results from Clark and Washo in there too.
Okay, so do you want to, so I'll give you an A and a B choice. We can sit and wait for these rural numbers and then chat about them and then move on to next. Or if we want, oh, Riley, you can depart if you wish. Riley's like, let me go look at some websites. I want to go.
Riley, find us numbers.
Yes, go get some numbers and report them quickly.
I'll do my best. See you guys.
Thank you. So we can do that, John, or because you mentioned this earlier at the top of the show, and this has been of interest to me tonight and a bit of a surprise in a year of surprises, that Latino voters in some states are not breaking quite the way we thought. And so that makes us question the polling and the extrapolations a little bit. So we've got our, associate editor, Luz Gray, who does all our Spanish language content, Michelle Rendels, who works bilingually, and Jasmine helps. Anyway, they did put together kind of a video report on the Latino voters in Nevada and what that means. And then we've got a couple of reporters who could come on and talk to us. So which way do you want to go right now?
How long is the video? I'm sorry.
I think it's about I want to say 6 or 7 minutes.
Let's play the video, and while the video is playing, I can get my bearings on the numbers, and then we'll decide what to do after that. How's that sound?
That's a good idea. We can report the rural numbers, hopefully, maybe as we come out of that. And then, so Michelle, let's keep the reporters on standby. That was your suggestion, which is a good one to talk about the Latino vote. But Joey, if you could tee up that video for us and give us a little ping when that's ready, then I think we'll go to that. And as John said, that'll give us a couple minutes to go look at all the numbers and see if we've got anything definitive that we can say.
Hi, I'm here with Luz Gray, who's the editor of our very active Spanish section, the Nevada Independent en Español. For those of you who aren't familiar, the Spanish section has been all over this election, with translations of so many of our election stories and candidate information, plus, of course, our weekly show, Cafecito con Luz y Michelle, that airs every Sunday morning in Las Vegas, among many other things that are going on in Spanish at the Nevada Independent. So thanks so much for taking the time out of your incredibly busy schedule, Luz, to talk with me a little bit about the Latino vote.
Sure, Michelle, glad to hear.
So Luz, we hear so much about the Latino vote in Nevada because really it's the largest group of non-white voters in the state, and these voters can play a decisive role in major elections. Can you share with us a few stats really about the impact of the Latino vote here in Nevada?
Sure, Michelle. Latinos make up nearly 30% of the population in Nevada and make up almost 20% of eligible voters in the state. Even before Election Day, turnout numbers in Nevada were already well above the level seen in 2016 and 2018. So more than 136,000 Latinos have cast their ballots already in Nevada, according to the Democratic firm Target Smart.
And the thing is, there's really quite a bit of diversity within the universal Latino voters in Nevada. Polls from Equis Research show that 62% of Hispanic voters in Nevada favored Joe Biden and 26% favor Donald Trump. The dynamic that really we're seeing at play is that Democrats need to ensure they get strong turnout and enthusiasm among Latino voters to ensure a win. And Republicans, while they're really not going to overcome that very large registration advantage, they need to pick off enough Latino voters to really hobble the Democrats and prevent them from getting a win among Latino voters, which would in turn help them win the entire state. So as the experts have told us before, the road to victory in Nevada really does run through the Latino vote. Nevada is such a swingy state. The registration is so close that Latinos have put Democrats over the edge. One example is in 2016 with Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, and they really could play a decisive role in how election results turn out tonight.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things that we have written about a bit is that there is a gender gap among Latino voters. So can you share a little bit about that, Luz?
Yes, Michelle, that was very interesting. Polls have shown that Latino men are more likely to support Trump than Latina women. Equis Research found a year ago that 22% of Nevada Latina women approved of the job Trump was doing, but 32% of Latino men did. So there's been an effort to try to win over men
over 40 by groups such as Mi Familia Vota. They're trying to make the case that Trump has been bad for the economy and has attacked workers on the front lines.
Yeah, and I've noticed a lot of ads recently geared towards Latino men of that demographic, kind of projecting more of a tough guy image to voting. One of those is from the SEIU. It was put out in Spanish, and it has two boxers, and they get out of the ring and cast their ballots for Biden and Harris. But then the Trump campaign is also doing a campaign on YouTube. I saw it yesterday. There's an ad featuring UFC fighter Jorge Masvidal, who argues that Democrats are going to destroy the country like Cuba and Venezuela have been destroyed. And of course, Trump made a shout out to Latino voters in Nevada when he came to Carson City a few weeks ago. He's saying he has the edge among Latino voters on issues like promoting school choice and championing Hispanic-owned businesses. Two of our incredible interns, Savannah Strott and Tabitha Mueller, interviewed a few voters, Latino voters in Nevada for a story that we have run in both English and Spanish. Want to share a little bit about some of their findings, Luz?
Sure, Michelle. They spoke with one voter named David Mendez, who said he's from Mexico and he fears the Democrats will take the country down a path toward more socialism. He wants to see Republicans elected because he believes there will be more economic opportunity. But many of the voters tended more toward Joe Biden for a variety of reasons. Denise Mena said she opposes Trump in part because of comments he made about Mexican immigrants, calling them rapists and drug dealers.
Yes, and then we heard from Sarah Cordova, who's just turning 18 and doesn't like Trump because she wants more done on the issue of climate change, but also because she believes Trump has sort of fanned the flames of white supremacy and racism. She said Biden isn't perfect, but she said, quote unquote, he's the only option. And if you want to read more, you can definitely check that story out on our website or read it in Spanish at es.nvindy.com. That's our Spanish page. Was also hoping you could share with us, Luz, the significance of this particular election for you personally.
Sure, Michelle. Of course, this has been a very rough year for everybody. But this election, in terms of the election, this one is very important for me because this was the first time I voted for a presidential candidate. This is because I became an American citizen in 2017. I arrived to the United States in 2000. So I have voted already in the past 2 cycles, but this is the first time I voted in a presidential election. So for me, of course, it's a big deal. So I can say I waited 17 years for this moment. The experience was different because I decided to vote early and drop my ballot instead of voting on the actual election day, but it was a smooth process. And the truth is I am very happy to have the opportunity to contribute with my vote.
Yeah, you know, in the past we voted together as a team, but unfortunately not this year. So we'll have to wait till the next cycle for that. But thanks so much for sharing that story, and want to remind readers that you could have heard that story yesterday. Luz published a little bit of a memoir about her experience in the Spanish newsletter, which comes out every Monday morning. You can subscribe straight from our website or Facebook page. So there's a plug for that. Luz, we should probably get back to our busy night of reporting on Election Day, but thanks so much for joining me on this segment.
Sure, Michelle, and happy Election Day to all the viewers.
I still remember, it's so nice to see Michelle and Luz together. They have such great chemistry together, and I still remember, Elizabeth, when Michelle gave us the idea of having a Spanish page after you and I had decided to start The Independent, and we talked to her about it, and she recommended Luz, and it was, I hate to put it this way, but I will, it was love at first sight, and Luz has done just a phenomenal job with that page, and Michelle has helped her as she helps everybody at the Indy in some way, and I am so proud of the outreach that Luz has done and that we have done through that page at the Indy, and so it's so wonderful, and everyone at the Indy felt so great for Luz being able to vote for the first time.
Yeah, I was going to say what I thought you were about to talk about, John. I could kind of forgotten those early meetings with Luz, which were fun, but we were all there the day that Luz became a citizen, and earned the right to vote. And it was really a wonderful thing. I remember getting a little choked up that day. It was just kind of a nice thing that we all did together. This is, let me introduce her so she's not just sitting there on the screen. This is one of our other wonderful interns, Savannah Strott. Hi, Savannah. Thanks for joining us. I think Tabitha Mueller's getting ready to join us as well. We're bringing them in just to do a quick little talk about Latino voters in Nevada. As we were saying before we went to that video, Latino voters, of course, always a topic in any election, especially a presidential year. And we're seeing what look like maybe some surprising numbers across the country, depending on the state, which causes us to wonder what the heck is going to be going on here in Nevada when we see the Latino numbers. So there's Tabitha Mueller. Hi, Tabs. Thanks for joining us. We're happy to have you as well. This is great. So we've got the interns. This is good. You'll all be done, and you can like go enjoy the rest of your evening or whatever you're going to do. John, you look like you want to say something.
Before we get started, let me just say that we do have some results. Sorry, wonderful Indy turns. Let me just let our viewers know about results. We now have results from two very, very red rural counties that both are going heavily for Donald Trump. Churchill County, it looks like 3-1, 8,900 to 2,800, and Lyon County about 2.5. That's about 2-1, which is probably better than Biden could have hoped in Lyon. 1,500, 636 to 67, 97. Let me put that in perspective real quickly, Elizabeth. Lyon and Churchill are two of the 6 larger rural counties I referred to earlier. Churchill's on the low end. Lyon is the biggest of all of them. And so Trump is going to win those counties handily. I am told that that there's no election day numbers for Lyon in here, just early vote and mail. And so if Trump has a 9,000 vote lead there, it seems to me that's not as bad as it could have been for Biden. And Churchill is a mix of early vote, election day, and mail, so it's harder to tell. But Churchill is not as large a county. So obviously, so far looking very good for Donald Trump, but that's just in 2 rural counties. I'm sorry. So go ahead, Elizabeth.
No, that's good. We're here to reporting the numbers is our first priority, and we're all happy to wait while that happens. I think that's why many of the viewers are here. So we don't mind doing that. All right, ladies, let's talk about the Latino vote. You just watched the video conversation between Michelle and Luz. What else did you learn as you were out there talking to Latino voters that you think people should know?
So one thing that I think people should know is that I also reported on young voters too in Nevada. And while I was reporting, Latino voters and young voters have this intersection, right? Because you have a lot of young Latino voters. And what the director of Make the Road Nevada pointed out is that regardless of age, male Latino voters generally have been polling in favor of Trump, whereas female, like Latinas, have been polling more in favor of Biden. So I think that's something that sometimes we want to just say, oh, all Latino voters. And it's like, no, you can break them down into categories, and gender plays a role in how people vote as well.
That's yes, it does. And I'm really glad you said that out loud. And it even goes beyond that. And when John and I have talked about this before, there's this thing that happens in political reporting, right? Where of course we want to parse the numbers. We want to break everyone up into neat little groups and kind of, make sense of things. I mean, we are in the business of writing a narrative, but Tabs makes a great point, which is that in the Latino community and in all communities, there are vast differences.
Vast differences
on gender lines, on the lines of origins. I mean, Latino is a big word. We got a bunch of South American countries and Caribbean countries and all of Mexico and Central Mexico. And we've got Central America, and then we've got voters from Spain. And so we can't just expect that they're all going to be a monolithic group. So I'm glad you brought that up, Tabitha. I think that's important, and for that reason, it can be difficult to predict what's going to happen.
And culturally too, there's differences in culture depending on where you're from. I mean, even within the U.S., I mean, if we just look at the U.S. as a whole, we have so many different cultures within the U.S. that saying here's a monolithic group is just a terrible way of characterizing people.
Absolutely. Well, we're seeing that in Florida, and I know this because I lived in Dade County in Miami for 4 years, and I learned very quickly that there's a big difference between, for example, the Cuban Americans culturally and the way they tend to lean politically, which is towards the right, and many of the other Latino groups and how they tend to lean. So I got a real education just in that short time living down there, and like it certainly straightened me out. If I thought they were a homogenous group, I learned very quickly that like all human beings, it's not the case, and it can be a little tough to peg. So the Latino voter story, John Ralston, might be different than we thought it was going to be this cycle. What do you think?
It's hard to tell. I want to see a more votes come in, and when we see the exit polls, we'll know a lot more about that. But what I love about what we've done is that we've essentially framed the election for people. They can see through data and through the great interviews that we've done what these various groups are thinking. And we did a broad swath of reporting on that, and our interns or our indie turns were a huge part of that in terms of interviewing a whole bunch of people. And as we get these rural numbers in, it's not the most rural place, but Tabitha, you talked to some voters in Fernley, right?
Sorry, I was muted there.
That's okay.
I've spoken with some rural voters, but I don't know if it was related to the Latino voting story. So
well, I want to just, since we're talking about these rural results, I want to, I can switch on a dime. You got to be ready for that.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Latino Fernley. How many Latinos are there in Fernley? No, I'm kidding. Tell me about talking to some of these rural voters and how different that is talking to urban voters.
Well, so I think one of the things that I always make a note of is that I grew up actually in a rural community in rural Oregon is actually where I'm from. And rural voters are pretty interesting in that we like to characterize them as once again, we like to characterize them as one set of voting block when they're very different depending on where you're from. I used to joke that in my community, you had different types of rural voters. But I think when I was speaking with rural voters, especially, I think actually back to the Democratic primaries, and it was interesting because there were very hardcore, independent, nonpartisan, very liberal streaks. And sometimes there's that tendency where people say, I really don't want government in my business necessarily, but they'll vote different ways depending on who most speaks to them, right? Typically, I would say that rural areas tend to vote more Republican. And I think that's a part of process of you don't need, you kind of exist on your own. You don't necessarily have the same setup that a city does where services are kind of expected and maintained in the same way, right? There are a lot of rural roads that are dirt roads or not paved, in part because it just doesn't make sense to spend a ton of money paving every single road in rural communities. So that's something that I would note. Is there anything in particular that you're looking to kind of discuss within that voting block?
No, I'm just curious if what your take on rural voters might have been. That's all. Elizabeth?
Savannah, I want to switch to Savannah now because I know that, so we talked to Kristen earlier from the NVGOP Central HQ tonight. Savannah, you were at a couple of Democratic events today along with some polling places. So we don't have to limit this discussion just to the Latino vote. I'm sure we're going to circle back to that topic tonight more than once. But why don't you just tell us what you did today, what you saw, what you learned?
Yeah, so like you said, I was kind of all over the place. Started at the polling locations. I went to a few in Henderson and some in Las Vegas. And so there was a lot of people there to vote at. I was actually at one of the ones that experienced a delay in opening this morning that got an extension. So I ended up starting my day at Burkholder Middle School at 6:45 a.m. ended my day outside at Burkholder Middle School at 8 p.m. And there was a long line in the beginning because of the problems with the kiosk, which I know there was some issues across the kind of valley with that. And so they had 7 that were supposed to be working, only 2 in the beginning, then 5. And so that was a little slow going. But after that, and I think at the other polling places I was at, it started to pick up and people were reporting slow, less slow wait times. And then later I went to the Democratic canvas event. They had their kind of last push. It was at 2 p.m. At that point, there hadn't been extensions made. So it was like the last 5 hours before the polls were supposed to close. And they were still having people, it was actually a group of high school students going out to knock on doors, text, and this was in East Las Vegas, talking about the Latino community. That's the heart of the Latino community here in Las Vegas. And so they were doing their final push. And then after that, I went to the Democratic watch party, not a watch party. There was nobody there other than speakers and the press. And we heard from Nevada Democratic Party Chair Willie McCurdy, and then also Governor Steve Sisolak came, and they spoke basically from both of them. They said that they were happy about the extension on the polls, even though it was kind of a move from the GOP lawsuit and the Trump lawsuit. They were happy about that, happy that more voters got to get out there and vote. And then also that they were very like, we will wait and see about Biden, winning Nevada. But, they were really proud of their efforts that they've done throughout this cycle.
Did you, I'm wondering how the voters reacted, Savannah. Do you think they cared that some politicians and a party official were trying to rev them up? Was there energy in the room, or did it seem like just kind of perfunctory pro forma?
Well, for the watch party, that was not a watch party. There was no people there. So I don't know if viewers at home were revved up, but for the canvassing event, it was a bunch of young people who had been canvassing with them before. Dina Titus was there, and she brought up another young person who probably gave the best speech that I heard of the day. He was really eloquent and smart, and it was really interesting to hear from him.
You say young, like how young? Like younger than you?
Yes, yeah. So like 18. And so a lot of them are high schoolers. I spoke to one of the canvassers. She was 16, obviously can't vote. And she was like, I was like, when did you hear about this and decide? And she's like, oh, yesterday. I'm like, that's really big dedication to be like, yesterday at 5 p.m. be like, yeah, I'll be there from 6 a.m. until, gosh, now 8 p.m. But she said she was happy to do it. She was really motivated, obviously can't vote, but she was supporting, if she could have voted, she would have voted Biden. So, I mean, the kids seemed all right, and they seemed pretty enthusiastic to be out there, maybe hanging out with some friends in a really quiet school year. And yeah, they seemed excited from my perspective.
So I think I'm gonna cut you girls loose. We may bring you back because you both did some outstanding local government race reporting, and depending on how long we're on the air tonight trying to figure out these numbers, we may want to circle to those. I want to take a moment though to say something that I know John will echo, which is that we're very proud of our internship program here at the Indy. We think we offer something a little different than the average news organization. And what I mean by that is that once we've brought you into the Indy family as an intern, you're not fetching coffee and doing grunt work. You're doing research, you're writing stories. Tab, Savannah, and Kristen have written dozens and dozens and dozens of stories that have been on the front page, sometimes at the top of the site on a Sunday. They've got a portfolio of work. They've gotten some experience coming on the podcast, now on the live stream. They've learned how to live tweet events. So I'm basically just making a big pitch right now for being an Indy intern, and the fact that we do everything we possibly can to prepare our interns for actual life out there as a reporter. Is it anything either of you two ladies would like to say about that before we let you go?
I mean, I have been so grateful for the internship program and the ability to kind of pitch ideas and say, hey, I'm really interested in this. Can I go follow it? You know, I think that that's something that a lot of internships, when you think about it, it doesn't, in a lot of ways, it doesn't feel like an internship. It feels like very much a role where you're just reporting along with everyone else with a little more guidance and oversight, which is really nice. And shout out to Michelle, who I don't know how she manages to juggle all of the balls that she does, but I think her work is absolutely phenomenal. And the way that she guides interns and manages the Nevada Spanish page and all of her regular reporting is just outstanding. So I think Michelle deserves a huge round of just appreciation.
She definitely does. Everyone at the Indy wears lots of hats, by the way. Michelle, maybe maybe one or two more hats than the rest of everyone. That was nice of you.
I don't want this to turn into a Michelle Rendell's love fest, okay? It's not necessary at all. But seriously, Michelle has done a phenomenal job. You know, she came to Elizabeth and myself and said she wanted to run the intern program, which I took as her saying, you guys are doing a bad job of it, let me do it. And so that was fine by me. I'm only half kidding, but she has done a phenomenal job in vetting our interns, and you two are a great example of it. And I'm glad that Tabitha said what she did, and I hope Savannah feels the same way. We consider you on the same level of reporters, and we try to treat you that way. We know you're not as experienced, but you can't say that we've, made you fetch coffee, and not just because there's a pandemic and we don't have an office. That's not what this internship has been about. And some interns do get treated that way. You guys have just been thrown out into the wild and asked to fend for yourselves. And I'm not just saying this because you both have done phenomenal jobs. And I am so proud, as Elizabeth said, we both are, of our intern program. And I hope we get interns to come that are as talented and hardworking as you two are. I really do.
Savannah, you didn't get a chance to chime in there. Anything you want to say?
Well, thank you. That was very nice. All of that. But yeah, I would just say from past journalism internships that I've had, this one's definitely different in the kind of attention you guys give and, the feedback. And also, the responsibilities. I feel like sometimes you ask us to do stuff and I'm like, oh yeah, this is interesting. But I'm like, am I supposed to be doing this? And it all works out fine. And I think I've learned a lot. And I think, like you said, it's a really holistic experience that we get. And I've definitely, and I feel like the interns from conversations we've had together didn't expect to do, quite all of the different capacities that we do here at the Indy, and get all the different diverse experience that we get. So it's definitely been a really, really awesome experience.
Okay, that's a great note to end on, ladies. Thank you so much for joining us. Stay handy if you don't mind. We might bring you back. I think Clark numbers are maybe about to post, so we're going to.
I've been told Clark numbers are about to post, Elizabeth. So we should look out for them. Interns, thank you so much. Really appreciate your coming on.
Thanks, guys.
Hi, ladies. Always so much fun.
Elizabeth, I'm looking for our viewers' clarification. I'm looking for the Clark numbers. They have not posted yet, but I'm told that they are coming any moment.
Right.
And we want to tell people what they are.
We do. So we'll vamp until that happens.
And I'm going to find out exactly what the file is, whether it's mail or early votes or what. Elizabeth, so give me a second.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to check. All of you just talk amongst yourselves, take a sip, eat some popcorn. I'm going to just look at our Twitter feed real quick to see if there are any questions that we can field while John is obsessively refreshing and looking for numbers. I have to say, I've been on TV with John before, and we've done live streams that were a little more formal in the past, but I kind of like this from our living room Zooms, where I assume everyone like me, I've got a document open, I've got our messaging channel open, I've got Twitter open. I'm kind of trying to watch everything that's going on. I
think everyone around the country right now, and people in Nevada, whoever's watching this, because the race appears to be so close nationally, they're as ravenous as we are for these numbers. And so, yes, I'm obsessively refreshing. That's what my life is. Obsessively refreshing websites to get numbers. It's a living. But I have to tell you, I'm really fascinated to see what these first numbers from Clark show. I'm trying to find out what the mix is. I see we're getting another question about Hispanic support for Biden disappearing. Should you worry about it? Well, we'll be able to tell you more in a few minutes about that once we see the Clark numbers.
Yeah, it's.
I want to remind people, Elizabeth, I'm sorry to interrupt you, that the Democrats had a 90,000 vote ballot lead after early and mail voting. And so I don't know how much of that's going to be in these numbers or not, but generally Democratic presidential candidates have a big lead when those first numbers pop. I think Hillary Clinton's lead was about 65,000, eventually got to 82,000. And I think if Biden can win Clark by 80,000 votes, he's going to be very difficult to beat. But we just don't know until we see the numbers, which have yet to pop up. I'm told by a semi-reliable source that they are about to be there.
I'm sorry for
question we're getting. Go ahead.
I was just going to make a joke about whoever's being called a semi-reliable source. Just be careful what you feed John Ralston. Like if you want to be.
This is actually one of the most reliable sources I know, and so I'm just wondering why the numbers haven't come up yet. But there may be a technical glitch, or perhaps Adam Laxalt is blocking the imposition of the Clark file into the actual computer. I don't know. Should we go after some of these questions that we're getting, Elizabeth?
Yeah, let's answer.
While we're waiting for the numbers.
Yeah, let's do it. That's a good thing. We'll answer some questions while we're kind of waiting. This is a good one, and I'm happy to talk about this a little bit because we did something, John, that we've not done before, but you and I agreed was a great idea, and it turned out to be even a better idea than I thought when we thought of it because of how well it went. But so the question is whether we think that Nevada will ever move towards appointing at least some judges. This question is from someone who worked at the polls today. And the feedback from that working at the polls was that people were overwhelmed and frustrated at the number of judicial races, and not knowing what to do. I was one of those people. I have to say, it's always bothered me, right? When I fill out my ballot, every single little circle that I fill, I want to feel I'm informed. I know who this person is. I know what they stand for. I'm not what I'm voting for. There have been many times over the years when, frankly, I skipped some of the judicial races because I just thought, well, I'd rather make no choice than make a poor choice. And there was just nowhere to get all the information that I needed. So for those of you watching, I hope you all went to our judicial races page. We covered Nevada Supreme Court, Seat D. We covered Court of Appeals, 8th Judicial District Court, all of the regular department seats and all the family court seats. We sent out questionnaires. We brought in an amazing legal team of attorneys to do evaluations. We brought in a law school team from UNLV Boyd Law School to do research. And basically, although we didn't endorse anyone, we provided every piece of information we could think in those races. So to circle back to will there come a time when we appoint some judges? I don't know. And what would need to happen for that to happen, right? I mean, right now they're all elected. It's not just as easy as snapping your fingers and say, oh, we should appoint them all, right? Like the laws in Nevada have to change.
So some of our, I don't want to change the subject, but I'm going to come back to this in a second. Just let people know that our wonderful reporters, Jackie and Megan, are putting out what Joe Biden is saying now. He apparently is saying that he believes they're on track to win, urging people to be patient till all the ballots are counted. That is something you might expect them to say, Elizabeth, but from what I can tell, and obviously I've been trying to pay attention to what's going on in this live stream, or at least pretend to. And so I've seen that around the country, people are still saying that the blue wall has not yet really come through one way or another. Arizona not been called yet. And of course, Nevada could end up being important. We don't know. But as far as judges go, we should appoint judges, but we don't. And so I've done everything that I could over the years to try to argue why we shouldn't elect judges, but we have to live in the universe we live in. So you and I decided that we were going to really make an effort this time, and I'm so proud of it. The number of candidates and judges who returned our very in-depth questionnaires, and then the legal analysis that was done. I'll tell you, when I filled out my ballot today, I went and I looked at those, reviewed those as I was marking my ballot. And so I think that for voters who waited and took advantage of it, I did get a chuckle out of a couple of emails we got saying, why didn't you do this before I voted? And we're going to try to do better next time. So we're being told by our reporters that even though Secretary of State's website has not updated, the New York Times has results from some of the smaller counties. Humboldt County looks like it's about 3-1, a little bit more for Trump. That's not a surprise, but we're only talking about 6,000 votes there. We've talked about Churchill and Eureka and White Pine. I see tiny Esmeralda has come in 389 to 72 for Trump. So we're still just seeing these small numbers from rural Nevada. He has about a 13,000 vote lead, Elizabeth, in rural Nevada right now. To put that in perspective for people, I still think Trump needs and wants to get to at least a 70,001 vote lead and maybe an 80,000 vote lead. He won the rurals, by 58,000 votes last time, which was 1.5 times what Mitt Romney did. And so I think it's going to be bigger, significantly bigger this time, 70,000 at least, maybe 80,000. And so the turnout today in the rurals, I don't think it was robust enough for Trump to really hit all of his marks there, but there's still some pretty good numbers for him there.
Is it possible, I hate to keep beating this drum, John, but is it possible that even after we see all the numbers in the rurals, and let's say that it's not quite to the point that you just said you think it probably needs to be to for Trump, how do we know how many rural voters decided to not vote today, but mail their ballot, let's say, in the last couple of days, ballots that may show up tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and that might not get counted until next week?
Yeah, I mean, listen, that is what Democrats in this state are concerned about, Elizabeth, that the race ends up being close tonight, and that those ballots are going to take a while to count, that probably favor them because they have throughout by a more than 2-to-1 margin in Clark County, and that the Republicans try to stop that count again by filing other lawsuits, which I assure you they will do if the race is close. If the race isn't close, they probably will not. Our relentless Megan tells me that the New York Times now has Elko, which is another, I should tell people, Elizabeth, one of the larger rural counties, and Elko is going huge for Trump as well, 78 to 19 right now. That's another 11,000 votes in his column. So the lead now is about 24,000 votes, a little less than that in the rural county. So these Clark numbers are going to be really important to tell us a little bit about where the race is, because Trump is assembling that lead that we knew he would in rural Nevada. And of course, I'm really waiting to see Washo, because Washo County has changed a lot. Washo County, when I first started covering politics, an eon ago, was a reliable Republican county. It is now, while the registration still is slightly to the Republicans' favor, it has been voting for Democrats for a while now. It voted for Hillary Clinton by a few thousand votes, 2,700, and both Jackie Rosen and Steve Sisolak won in Washo County, which no one expected. especially the Republican opponents, I'm sure. So there's a reasonable chance that Biden does well in Washoe County. If he does, that's going to be very difficult for Donald Trump to get a path. We will see what happens. I'm now being told by my reliable source, patience, which is not one of my good qualities on an election night, especially, Elizabeth.
This reliable source doesn't know you very well, apparently.
Yes.
Part of me hates to do this, but he's the president, so I'm going to read out loud 2 tweets that Donald J. Trump just posted within the last couple of minutes. Thank you, Jackie Valley, for bringing this to our attention. Earlier today, President Trump said that he wasn't quite sure what he was going to do tonight in terms of making a statement or not. A couple minutes ago, he said he will be making a statement tonight. This was followed by a 3-word sentence, a big win with an exclamation point. And then next, he tweeted, "We're up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." That's a fact. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. But the issue for many weeks, John, has been that votes that are mailed by election day can be cast and can be counted in most states. And the only difference between states is how many days we can accept mailed ballots and how many days we count them until we've run out of time to count. But it would be interesting from President Trump tonight at not even 10 p.m. on the West Coast making these statements.
Well, this was reported before the election, Elizabeth. I think it was by Axios that this is what he planned to do, to declare victory on election night, because his people thought he would be ahead in some of the key states. And so he would then just say that he has won the election and that no more ballots should be counted. This, of course, is it's antithetical to what the system is all about. Of course, not all votes are done by election night, even in a regular year, much less a pandemic year, because some absentee ballots don't arrive until later. A lot are going to arrive later, and so this is really it's just outrageous, and it's part of what the Republicans have been doing. To say that the Democrats are trying to steal the election, when in reality it is just doing what the law allows and should allow, which is any ballot mailed up until today should be counted. And so it's not that surprising, although it is outrageous. And listen, I don't think it's going to quote unquote work. It's not going to change anything because those ballots are still going to get counted. They're governed by state laws, but Trump is going to try to delegitimize the election should those ballots come in late and change whatever lead he might have in certain key states. And I have to tell you, I am concentrating on Nevada. I don't know if I assume that he must have leads in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan right now, and that's why he's doing this. You know, I see 60% of the votes in Michigan. A lot more is in Wisconsin. Wisconsin is close, but Trump does have a substantial lead. He's ahead by 5 points there. So, and he's way ahead in Pennsylvania, but that's with 2/3 of the vote in, but I don't know where those votes are coming from. I see that they put those statements by Trump up on the lead. And why is he talking about the residents of Poland, Elizabeth? I don't understand. Votes cannot be cast after the capital POLES are closed. Yes, literacy is not something we have anymore in a president. So.
Yeah, not always.
Those are his tweets. We appreciate you putting those up there, Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Joey, for doing that. We did kind of want people to see the president in his own words. I want to point out the historical significance of this. Whatever side of the aisle you're on, whoever you voted for, whatever you're hoping for as an outcome tonight, it is a historical first for a man in the Oval Office or for any presidential candidate to declare victory before victory has been declared by credible sources, which generally means I mean, I can start with the Associated Press, which is impeccable in its election reporting. I've never heard Trump call them fake news, although perhaps that will become a first tonight. But the AP is meticulous in making sure it doesn't call a race until it's 100% sure that it's made the right call. And for Trump to be trying to get out in front of that and continue to sow doubt in the process, never minding how I personally feel about it, it's never happened in American history that I'm aware of. And it's quite astounding to me, even though we knew it was coming, to see this in black and white, that this man has decided as of right now that he has won and that any other outcome is problematic.
I see that there's some more rurals have come in. According to the New York Times, Trump now has a 33,000 vote lead in the rurals. Remember, he's going to try to hit the 70,000 mark at least, and maybe 80 if he can. It'll depend on what the Clark numbers show, whether he's going to need that big a lead or not. It was 58,000 last time, but it's hard to tell before we get Clark numbers where we really are in Nevada, and so hopefully those will come on. We will get those soon.
They will. So again, we'll talk about our options here. We want to talk about Clark numbers just as soon as they pop up, but we don't have them yet. So do you want to bring Paul in?
Let's bring in a friend from KUNR to talk for a few minutes, and Paul will understand if we interrupt him to present results.
Yeah, so let me just take a moment to say to people who are watching tonight, if you're not aware of it, we have a number of media partnerships across the state, and one of them is with KUNR in Reno in Northern Nevada. That's the public radio station that operates out of the campus of UNR. Paul Bolger's been with them for years. He's been a great media partner to us. Those of you who listen to KUNR know that you'll occasionally hear a synopsis of an indie story playing on the air. We also share Spanish language content back and forth. And we're just so happy in general to have a partner in KUNR and in Paul. And welcome, Paul. Thank you so much for joining us on election night.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, Paul.
Well.
Hey, John.
I don't think I've seen you since third house at the legislature. Is that right?
That might be right. It's been a while.
So you were out and about in Washo today?
I was out and about. I was at Spanish Springs about first thing in the morning when polls were opening. Really just trying to chase down that suburban vote we've heard so much about. Reno does not have quite the suburban capacity that the Clark County has, but we do have some suburban voters here, and we were hearing really a lot of the same things that we've heard throughout early voting. The pandemic being the top issue, of course, the economy, getting back to work being probably a very close second.
Tell people who don't know about Spanish Springs, where it is in Reno, and what kind of community it is.
Right. So Spanish Springs is actually technically Sparks. It is a community just north of Sparks as you head towards Pyramid Lake. And in a lot of ways, it's, again, one of those development communities that's just kind of grown as Washo County continues to grow. Lots of new development out there that, of course, the North Valleys, the area north of Reno and Sparks is where that growth is going because it's the only place for it to go. So lots of folks are moving to Spanish Springs. It is a fairly conservative area of Washo County, but again, it's moving more towards that middle ground.
And what about turnout, Paul? It seems to me that Washo had this really spectacular early and mail turnout before today. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was about 70% of the vote of active voters had already cast ballots. But it looked to me that Washo was a little bit like Clark and maybe even like the rurals, and the turnout was not that big today.
Turnout was not that big today. So in-person voting today on election day, only about 21,000 people.
Was that the final number?
That was the final number from the registrar's office. So very small turnout. But I will say maybe unsurprising, I'm sure you've talked about this, a lot of the folks that I spoke to today and a lot of the folks that the KUNR reporters spoke to today were those conservative Republicans who were mistrustful of voting by mail or mistrustful of voting early and wanted to have their vote counted today in accordance to what the president has been preaching essentially over the last several months.
So we gathered that just as you started talking about Washo, since you are magic, Washo numbers are in. I don't see them on the Secretary of State's site, but Riley Snyder tells us that they are in. What are those numbers from Washo and how many votes? Riley, can you tell us so we can tell our viewers what those numbers are?
Mad scrambling happening behind the scenes here at the Indy.
Yeah, we're trying to get numbers to you since Paul mentioned Washo, we mentioned Paul, and Washo numbers are supposed to appear according to Riley. So I see someone has tweeted that they show a 14,000 vote lead for Joe Biden, which is really bad news for Donald Trump if that is true. Let me see if I can find those numbers somewhere. I have various people trying to help me, including our CTO, CJ, who just gave me a link that says no results are available. So thank you for that, CJ. I'm not sure where these numbers are. Let me try to look for them though, because we want to tell our viewers. I'm not saying. One part of the site says no results. The other says 14,000 Biden lead. Someone has tweeted. I don't know if that's correct. Does anybody see the 14,000? Does anybody see any results from the presidential race from Washo County?
I'm actually looking at them, John.
Are you?
Yeah, and so pulled them up the second you said they were up.
Where are you getting those from, Paul? Just so people can know.
If you go to the general election results part of the Washo County Registrar's webpage, you'll get a dashboard that kind of looks like the COVID dashboards that we've seen. And you kind of have to click around. But once you get to federal, you can go to table. It's under table and on the main screen.
Is this 111,000 to 97,000?
That's what I have right now. I have 214,000 votes.
Yeah, and that looks to me, the 200,000 number there looks to me to be the entire early and vote and mail vote, right? That was about how many voted early, I think, right?
Right. That's probably a pretty good estimation of the early vote and the numbers we saw today. Of course, there's going to be mail-in ballots that come in over the course of the next couple of days of folks who either put them in there or the mailbox today or yesterday. So we'll see this change a little bit, but it is, I mean, that's about right considering what we've seen data-wise, I should say, from the Washo County Registrar.
But that's, you know, as I was saying earlier, Paul, you know, Washo's changed a lot. I mean, Hillary Clinton won by a little bit there, 2,700, and both Sisolak and Rosen won there. It's, even though the registration still tilts a little bit to the Republicans, it is voting for Democrats now.
Very much so. I would argue that Washo County is very much that battleground, that swing county in the state. You're never quite sure how it's going to turn out. And you've preached about this plenty. That voter turnout here especially is so important, and especially for Democratic candidates. You've got that very solid blue core of Reno. You've got blue Democratic Assembly districts in Sparks. So it shouldn't be super surprising that it's close. I do think, though, that in this election over the last 2018, 2016, you've seen the numbers bear out that despite that voter registration advantage, Democrats are able to pick up those votes either in the nonpartisan those who are registering as nonpartisan, or they're able to pick off those moderate Republicans.
And I just remind people that Hillary Clinton won Washo by 2,700. So Biden is way ahead of that pace. And we're also being told by our intrepid Michelle Rendells that Mark Amodei, the incumbent in CD2, and Patricia Ackerman, the Democratic challenger, are very close. and that Heidi Gansert, who has been under an assault by the Democrats, very close race, Megan has just tweeted, showing her barely ahead in that race. It looks like to me about 1,000 votes out of about 67,000 cast. So that's not over yet. Why don't we bring Daniel Rothberg on with Paul? Paul, can you stick around for a little while?
Sure.
Yeah, let's bring Daniel on to talk about this, because Daniel was schooling me in Washoe County politics just earlier this week, and I want to talk about that. So Joey, bring Daniel on when you can.
Yeah, and let's get some screenshots. I'm looking at screenshots that the staff is sharing. Let's get those screenshots up so that the viewers can see what we're seeing with some of these numbers. I was really interested in the one, just the general Washoe numbers in the presidential race, which is somewhat informative because it shows us how many votes not only went to Trump and Biden, but the none of these candidates category, which I think some people tend to forget is a thing. And in close races matters. And then the votes that went to the Libertarian candidate and the Blankenship, who's the Independent American Party candidate. So we've got all of the votes that popped in Washoe for those. If we can get those on screen, we can kind of talk through those while we're waiting for Daniel to come on in and chat with us about these numbers.
There's Daniel.
There he is.
Hi, Daniel.
Hey.
So Dan, I was just telling everybody, and Paul, you should know about this too. Daniel has been telling me that this race in Washoe County in CD2 was going to be close. I forget what we bet, which is probably convenient for me now, but he thought that this race was going to be closer than I thought it was going to be. Now, Amade's still going to win because he's winning by so much in the rurals. But Daniel, you for some reason thought it was going to be really close in Washoe County in CD2. Tell me why you thought that.
Well, the Democrats made a concerted effort to really put up a campaign this cycle in a way that they haven't in almost all of the past races that Amade has run in, and he's been the incumbent since I think 2011. So, I think a lot of their efforts were, the candidate Patricia Ackerman lives in Minden, which is in Douglas County, but a lot of the effort was focused on, and, I think the Democrats see an opportunity there because in the last presidential cycles, in 2016, in 2012, both Obama and Clinton won Washoe. And they won Washoe by large margins even though voter registration for Democrats and Republicans is really neck and neck in Washoe, they won by picking up independents. The interesting thing is in all of those years, and in 2018, where Democrats also won statewide in Washoe, it hasn't really moved the congressional race. And that's a very similar thing to what you're seeing this year. There's a gap between Biden's lead in Washoe and the congressional races where Amade and Ackerman are neck and neck. That said, it's still a pretty big deal that Amade and Ackerman are neck and neck because, in the past, Amade has won Washoe by kind of these larger margins. So the fact they're neck and neck is still significant, but it's probably not going to be enough to win the district, which is mostly red and, has most of the northern Nevada conservative counties in it.
Right, exactly. Paul, what's been going on up there in another race that we've been following, which is the Heidi Gansert. She's a state senator, long time state senator up there. She's even been mentioned as a potential gubernatorial candidate against Steve Sisolak. Her family's lived there forever, I believe, but the Democrats have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on TV against her. So you're probably not that surprised this race is that close.
I'm not surprised that it's close. I'm surprised that it's this close.
Maybe we could put the numbers up if we can find them somehow, Joey, and put the numbers up for Heidi Gansert's race. And I guess is that 15? Do I have the district right?
Yeah, it's in District 15. So this was one of those races that was targeted from the word go for the Democrats. They saw that they could have their biggest pickup here to get that elusive supermajority in the Senate.
Well, I hate to interrupt you, Paul.
Sure.
Bear with me. We have just gotten 700,000 votes posted from Clark. Joe Biden is ahead in Clark by 10 points. I've said he's had to win Clark by 10 points. That's 74,000 votes. And so he is very close to hitting his marks on what he needs to do there. We'll have to see what the mail and the early shows. So I'm sorry, Paul. I just want to put those numbers out so people know. No, and let's get that ready to put up soon too, so people can see the actual numbers, Joey. I'm sorry, Paul.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm happy being bumped for 700,000 votes. I'm okay with that. Talking about Senate District 15, though, that is a race where it is not surprising to see it close. We've talked about Washo being that battleground district or battleground county in Nevada now, and in many ways, it's in Reno. Heidi Gantzer is sitting on top of a very, very blue assembly district and a very red assembly district. So as Reno continues to grow, and we continue to have that influx of folks from California, you're going to continue seeing some shift in that Senate race or in that Senate district. And I won't be surprised if Heidi Gantzer ekes it out this time. That won't be a pretty blue district, maybe by 2022.
That's right.
Or 2024, I should say.
That's right. Redistricting, and things are going to change. So Daniel, you and some of the other reporters did a preview of CD2. Maybe we can get those numbers up now, and so people can see them. Tell us what you found researching that story.
Yeah. So what we found was, the district is definitely leans Republican. There's a big Republican voter. There's a big Republican voter registration advantage. I think I looked. It was about. I think it's about 30%. I think it's about 30% Democrat, 40-something% Republican, 22% nonpartisan. So there's a big Republican advantage. But if a candidate is able to win Washo and really win those independents that some of the Democrats pick up, the presidential candidates pick up, and some of the statewide candidates pick up, like Sisolak did in 2018, there is a potential, albeit long shot, path to victory if the candidate can also kind of thread the needle and have Democrats turn out in rural Nevada. What we found in the story, though, which is interesting, is this year, and the results this year could have an effect on how campaigns are run in future years. There was a lot more fundraising. Ackerman raised record numbers against Amade. I think almost $400,000, which is quite a bit for CD2. Congressman Amade even, mentioned that when I was interviewing him, was the presence of Act Blue in the campaign.
Was he annoyed by that, Daniel?
I think he called it something like an outside organization.
You're right.
But he, but the point is if there is a, if a Democrat is able to show that they can, narrow this down to within 10 points, within 5 points, there could be more interest in, national organizations playing a role in future years, and just more attention on the race. I think it's still going to be a difficult win.
If both of you gentlemen and Elizabeth would bear with me for a second, I want to let our viewers know about some other results from Clark, since so many votes are in, and you guys will be interested in these numbers as well. Susie Lee, the incumbent in Democrat in Congressional District 3, is up by about 4 points, 14,000 votes or so over Dan Rodheimer. That is by no means over yet, but it's a substantial lead. And Stephen Horsford in the Clark part of his district, he's got 6 other counties, but 85% of the district is in there, is up by 12 points over Jim Marchant. That amounts to about 25,000 votes it's hard to imagine that Jim Marchand can make up that district in rural Nevada. Let me just double check if everyone will bear with me, including Paul and Daniel. Thank you so much. Let me take a look at the key state Senate races so we can tell people here. Carrie Buck and Christy Watson in that race for Joyce Woodhouse's seat. Extraordinarily close race. 49.39% to 48.13%. Christy Watson is ahead after the early and mail vote. That's about 51,000 votes, and it's about Elizabeth, it's about a 600 vote lead only in that. And Nicole Cannizzaro is barely ahead of April Becker, very similar number of votes in, 50.47 to 49.53. Remember, the Republicans did pretty well in today in the voting, so that could end up being very, very close. It doesn't look to me like any of these other ones are very competitive. It looks like that Pete Goicoechea is going to barely beat out the Independent American Party candidate. I kid everyone. That's not going to be a real race. And again, bear with me, guys. I'm just going to go through these assembly races that are supposed to be very close. Looks like Heidi Kasama in that race for John Hambrook's seat for the Republicans has a fairly substantial lead of about 2,500 votes. Those are difficult to overcome with so many votes already in. Richard MacArthur is slightly ahead of Connie Monk, who is the incumbent Democrat in that race. He's ahead by about 1,300 votes, a little bit more. That's going to be a tough one for the Democrats, but she's in big trouble there. I'm going to scroll through some of these other ones and see if there's any interesting races, and I hope that our intrepid reporters will tell me if I miss anything, Elizabeth. And I'm sorry to do this to you, Daniel and Paul, but I want to make sure we get to our viewers the results of these races. I'm looking for some of the other ones. It's taking me a little time to scroll down. Leslie Cohen, who is in another targeted race, incumbent Democrat, is ahead, but not by much, about 1,100 votes over Stephen Delisle in that race. And I'm going to find the other one. Shea Backus and Andy Matthews. Wow, this is very close. Shea Backus is the incumbent, another targeted Democratic seat. Andy Matthews is ahead by about 400 votes, 450 votes or so, 50.79 to 49.21. So that is a really, really close race. So Elizabeth and Daniel and Paul, the Republicans look pretty good in the assembly, and they're competitive in those state Senate districts. So they got to be feeling pretty good considering they did all right. There wasn't a huge turnout, but they won the early vote today by a few thousand votes. Now, again, I need to make this clear, Elizabeth, and I may be a broken record on this. We don't know what the mail vote looks like that came in over the weekend and Monday and Tuesday. So that may not be part of this.
It makes me happy to hear you say that, John. I've been beating that drum since we came on the air, which is that we do not know how many mail votes are out there that haven't even been received yet. And we will not know that for many days to come. That doesn't mean that we can't call some races because we know how many votes exist in all the counties according to party. And so we can do some math. And it may be that some of the mail votes don't matter because someone's just too far ahead in early voting and in the mail that's been received and counted. And this is an odd year. So I just want to keep reminding people who are watching that the reason there are so many caveats is that there are so many different ways people could vote. And that literally today you could have mailed your ballot today. And as long as it gets received within, what is it? Is it 3 days?
It's most marked by today and received within 7 days.
Oh, within 7, there we go. So it's possible, don't shoot the messenger, that we might not know for a week some of the answers that we need to know because of the mail.
I want to tell you about another race that some people might be interested in down in Clark County, really the only contested race on the Clark County Commission. This is really amazing. There have been 118,000 votes cast in that race. And Ross Miller is ahead of Stavros Anthony by fewer than 400 votes. And so that is one is going to go down to the wire. And again, the mail ballots that come in late could be a huge factor there.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah, that might be one we're not calling for at least a few days. Sorry, candidates.
So, gentlemen, any thoughts? Paul, Daniel? I'm sorry to have closed you out, but I wanted to get those numbers out to people.
I wanted to piggyback off something Daniel said a few minutes ago, and that has to do with kind of the Democratic race that we saw in CD2 that just really hasn't been there before. And I think that's on purpose from the Democrats. We've really seen the party go out into those rural communities early on, especially during the caucus. You saw a lot of Democratic candidates go into those rural communities and try to make inroads there. And I'd be curious to know how much of that work that Democrats did early on in this presidential race helped maybe offset some of that Republican wall that we usually see.
I see that we've been joined by Amy Tarkanian. Amy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
In case people do not know, Amy is the better half of the Tarkanian family, and I don't mind saying the much, much better half, former state Republican Party chairwoman and frequent guest on many conservative programs, and she has decided to step down in class tonight to be on the Indie live stream. Welcome, Amy.
Thanks.
Amy, we're glad to have you. You came in at a busy time with the Clark numbers just popped, a bunch of rural numbers just popped. So we're trying to make heads, tails, or anything we can of the numbers that are coming in. You probably saw John's tweet earlier today talking about just the amazing turnout in your now home county, Douglas County. You just, I guess, pretty much every man, woman, and child of voting age turned out to cast a vote up there. Has that been your experience since you've lived there, that people are super engaged?
Well, they absolutely are. This is definitely the reddest county in the state. And so it's not a joke or exaggeration when I explain to you that as I take my dogs for a walk, literally every house has a Trump Pence sign in their yard. And if you don't, they kind of question, who you are, where you came from, and what's your deal. I can count on one hand a Biden Harris sign that I've seen while I've been up here in this last year. It is very interesting seeing those numbers roll in. I'm not shocked. You will like to hear this, John, that I just came off of one of those conservative stations and had to break the news to them that Trump was down 74,000 in Clark and 14,000 in Washo, and it didn't look like there was a path to victory for the Trump campaign. So I know it breaks your heart, but I had to share it.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Amy, but I do want to let Daniel and Paul go. Maybe we'll have you back later if we can, but I don't want you to have to experience me mocking Amy for the next 10 minutes or so. I'm kidding. But Daniel and Paul, thank you so much for coming on. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you later. So, Amy, you don't live in the Douglas County bubble. You talk to a lot of people, including in your former home of Las Vegas. What were people who you trust? I don't mean people who are rabid partisans and are just going to, give you the Trump line. What were the people you trust in the Republican Party thinking about Nevada going into today?
Well, there were definitely some valid concerns. One was, I think the way that COVID situation was being handled, the fact that we did have a number of Trump rallies. And I do live up here where there is a large number of retired individuals. And so even though they are big time Trump supporters, they were not willing to take a risk and attend the rallies themselves. I think a number of those people that we saw coming in to those rallies were either from different parts of California, or maybe they had traveled as far as Arizona, or they were some of the younger folks, or the diehards, the party diehards that just, really didn't care at all about the situation or the scenario. I myself did not attend the rallies up here, even though I was also a Trump delegate in 2016, and I do support him, but I do have family members with underlying conditions, and so I did not want to take that risk. And I know there's a number of people who want to argue the day is long whether masks work or not. But that was a valid concern. I think also too, the fact that the party registration, even though the Republican Party was doing a fairly decent job for a short amount of time, once the shutdown lifted back up, the Democrats woke right back up and got right back where they had left off and took off doing what they do best. And they don't seem to take a break, where Republicans historically, we kind of go through the motion for a short amount of time and then we take a break. Democrats don't seem to take a break. The largest and fastest growing party, of course, as we know, is now nonpartisan. And I think that also took, a number of votes away from Republicans, even though you would think that they would go towards Republicans historically. Independents kind of lean that way. I don't think that's really the case, because a lot of people weren't paying attention when it came time to register, and they just left that box empty and went automatically to nonpartisan. And we have a huge influx of Californians that maybe just didn't understand our system. And so I think we still had more of the moderate or soft Democrat leaning folks possibly go into that nonpartisan box.
I think that's wise, Amy. Let me remind viewers what she's talking about. So there's a new thing in Nevada where when you go to the DMV to do a thing, it almost doesn't matter what, you're going to get registered to vote. And if you don't in that moment make a definitive choice about your party and the party you're registering with, then by default, what Amy is saying is that you're registered as a nonpartisan until such time as you change that record on your own. And so I think that's really smart what you're saying, Amy, that our ability in the past to predict what Nevada nonpartisans would do has changed. I think we can't be quite as confident of that for the reason that you just stated.
I also wanted to point out too, I think what hurt also the very top of the ticket here for the Republican side, and I know I've already gotten flack for saying this, a few weeks ago, but it's true. I think that
Amy, it's what you do. You're really good at taking flack and giving it. That's why we have you here.
Okay, good. Well, I'm going to dish it out again, and I'm sure I'll get some wonderful hate mail. Is the fact that our congressional candidates were not the most exceptional. We had CD2 that obviously is safe. I think that Patricia actually did give him a run for his money. Mark Amodei, I still think, is going to win that in the end. And then, of course, CD1, Dina Titus, it will be there for as long as she wants to. But for CD3 and CD4, I know that Jim Marchant, he was working very hard, but the breakdown of that district is almost impossible for somebody like him, who is so far to the right and incredibly stubborn. And for CD3, Dan Rodheimer, or as the president would call him, Daniel Rodimer, which was funny. It's Dan Rodheimer. Susie Lee did a really good job attacking him with the negatives that he had. And at a time where we've already overcome Me Too, at a time where we're really trying to put women candidates in the spotlight, and a time where you had suburban women who were not comfortable with some of the brashness of the president. I think it was a really bad mix and a really bad time for somebody like Dan Rodheimer to be running. So that was not a shock to me. And I think that mix really just, it took the whole ticket down together.
Go ahead, Elizabeth. I'm sorry. I know you want to say something.
Well, I want to ask a question, because Amy and I have been around the block for a long, long time in politics in Nevada. And I have to say, to your point, Amy, I've really been thinking a lot about, the Republican bench in Nevada, as it's called, right? Because when things come around every 2 and 4 years, Congressional seats are up for grabs. Senate seats are up for grabs. You do have to consider the quality of the candidate that you're running, especially against an incumbent. There are some arguments that Susie Lee might have a couple of issues, but based on the numbers we're seeing and based on everything you just said, maybe not enough for just any old person on the Republican bench to show up. Dan Rotheimer is a virtual unknown. I've been in this state for more than 20 years. I had never heard of him before the DCC, or excuse me, I'm getting all my acronyms mixed up. Before the Republican Congressional Committee decided to run him, right? I'm sure you had never heard of him either, correct?
He ran for state Senate and he ran against Valerie Weber. And that's the first time that I had met him. Now he sounds wonderful and exciting, and he's got an entertainment background. He's used to be a wrestler, the great looking family, beautiful wife, beautiful kids. But yeah, once you start breaking things down, it's not so rosy.
Thanks for that's so. I apologize to Dan Rotheimer because I completely forgot that he ran for that race. So thank you, Amy, for correcting me. I'm glad we had you on for that reason, among others, because she's good with the numbers. Yeah. So we appreciate your honest commentary, Amy, even though we all know where you're coming from. So Douglas County, from the Republican standpoint, did its duty today. But I hear you saying that you're telling the national folks not to get too excited about Nevada because Trump's path to victory looks pretty difficult here at this point.
Right. And if you even want to look at a polling group that did get it correct in 2016, the Trafalgar group, they had even guessed if the president were to win our state, it'd be by a narrow margin of maybe 0.7. So for them to even say, hey, don't get too excited, it is what it is. I am a little, the only way I think that he could have possibly done better is if there was enough anger and frustration just with the shutdown situation and maybe taking it out on our Democratic leadership, being Governor Sisolak. But obviously, I guess that didn't really take too much of a hit. So
yeah, it didn't. And and Amy, you not to use you as a anecdotal piece of evidence in this situation, but you've been a Republican all your life, correct? Am I right about
correct.
That? And so, but even you, right? Because you have family members at risk, potentially of a COVID infection, made a choice to err on the side of safety. There's all kinds of conflicting reports out there about masks or no masks or whatever, but you personally made a decision, right? Let's err on the side of safety when it comes to that. And I've been thinking about this a lot over recent months about how, I think there are probably, a lot of Republicans who just thought, yeah, if I have a person in my family, in my circle who might be at risk, I'm just going to kind of err on the side of safety here. And maybe I'm not so down with this whole making the politicization of mask wearing, which I have to tell you is one of the big surprises of the year to me. It never dawned on me that this would become a political statement. I'm not even sure how that happened. I don't know how you felt about it, but I thought it was odd. And I think you're right. I think maybe it didn't play quite the way the Republicans might have hoped, even in the ruby red rurals.
Yeah, I think what we were seeing is, obviously I'm not a scientist, you're not a scientist, but with the conflicting reports out there of what works, what doesn't work, why not then just at least try to do the safe thing, right? That's the way I view it. It may be uncomfortable. It may be something that you don't enjoy doing. I don't think anybody wakes up and says, to themselves, it'd be so much fun if I wear a mask all day long. Like nobody wants to do that, right? Yeah. But why don't we just try to figure our way through this? Let's navigate. This is something that we've never done. And I understand people sit there and say the CDC flip-flops, Dr. Fauci flip-flops. Yeah, they have. But you know why? Because we don't know everything. We don't understand it all. So why not just be a little bit more cautious? That's the way I see it.
Can I, Elizabeth, we should, I want to get to some local government stuff and then call some races. So we'll have to let Amy go. Maybe you can come back a little later, which would be great. But I do want to ask you this overall question, Amy, because I really am curious about it. And you talked about Rotheimer and you talked about Marchant. who are, not to cast aspersions on them, but it's clear they're second or third tier candidates for those races. It's clear the national Republicans searched for someone before they gave in and supported Rodheimer. Now, we may be sitting here a week from now saying that they both won, but let's assume that does not happen based on the early numbers. What do you think it is that the Republicans can't recruit quality candidates for those offices?
That's a really good question. And I don't know if I have that actual answer, except for, when I was state party chair, it wasn't my job to necessarily handpick people. I didn't have anybody coming, to kiss my ring or asking for my permission. A lot of Republicans, we don't really sit down and have that discussion and decide, who has the best shot, which is unfortunate. I think a number of people always think they're the best and that they can do better than the last, or they can do better than the other 17 or 18 that's in the race for some reason. And then they all end up not being able to fundraise enough and splitting the votes, and it becomes a headache. It could very well be. It's no secret that the current state party chair and I don't really see eye to eye. And, we do things very differently. And maybe that's where we need to take a hard look too. Maybe we need to take a look at our state central committee members and the executive board and our state chairman.
Yeah, maybe. Let me just before I let you go, let me just ask you a question that you and I have talked about jokingly, I think, privately, Amy, but I really want a serious answer to this question. A lot of people in the Republican Party have said to me, and your husband, bless his heart, after a number of unsuccessful bids, is now a Douglas County commissioner, and
officially tonight.
Congratulations to your family. But a lot of people have always said to me, I like Danny, but the wrong Tarkanian is running. Amy is a dynamic woman. You're shaking your head. Is it because you don't think you have the time? You love being a mom. You think it'll be taking time away from that? I know how much your kids mean to you, and you post pictures of them and you do so much stuff with them. And then, I'm not being sexist here. This is who you are. You could be a good candidate for office. Why not? Why are you shaking your head?
Well, I appreciate everything you just said. And I do have 4 children. I have a senior in high school, twin daughters that are sophomores, and then a son who's a 5th grader. And, we're trying to get everyone through hybrid learning, virtual learning, being able to make sure that they're going to be able to go to college and still play sports and try to figure all that out. I don't know if I would actually enjoy it. I have been through the ringer with my husband and watching him attempt and see how dirty it is. And it's not that I can't handle the dirt. It's not that I can't handle the lies. I just don't know if I want to go through it all over again. I'm tired of it, honestly. That was his desire. And as his partner in life, that's one of my, I don't want to call it a job or a duty, but that is one of my duties as his partner, to try to make sure that his dreams come true. And he does the same for me. Mine may look a little different. I think at this point, I would rather talk about people running than be the person who's being talked about while running. That's not a never say never, but that's never been my heart's desire.
Well, when that youngest child of yours enters college in 8 years, we're going to ask you this question again.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Oh yeah, and we do need to go and get some results out, Amy. But one of the things I've always liked about you, and I've disagreed about a lot of different things, but one thing I've always liked about you, and I think why we get along so well, is you are just so candid. That is one of the most candid things, literally, that I've ever heard someone in politics say and talk about what you had to go through as a spouse in those races and how hard it is. And so I can't tell you how much I've appreciated over the years your candor, and that you're willing to do it publicly right now says a lot about you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, John.
So maybe we'll have you back later if you're not on Newsmax or Fox or some other wacko place.
Well, I don't know. They might not want me back now that I miss doom and gloom. So I don't know.
Amy, it's always a pleasure. Thanks so much for coming on.
All right. Have fun.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
John Ralston, we got numbers. We have a few races to call maybe. What do you want to do?
Let me, will you just get with the reporters and get a list of the races that we call? Maybe we'll put the numbers up. I just want to just double check a couple of quick things.
Sure, let me, if the viewers will forgive me, we were so engrossed there in talking to Amy and great, interesting conversation, but let me just kind of scroll through what the reporters have posted with races they think we may be able to call. So John, you might just want to scroll back through the Slack channel when you get a second. So CD1, I think I can do this without John Ralston's sign off.
If you can tell me the races, I can tell you if we can call them or not, or you can call them, I suppose.
Either, I would never want to take that away from you, John. I know that's you work so hard all year, and that's one of your pleasures on election night is to call. So CD1, that's Titus versus Joyce Bentley. I mean, she's an incumbent. It's a strongly Democratic district. We've, the numbers have posted, Titus is over 60%. She's at 62 and change. And Joyce Bentley as the challenger is at 33%. To me, I think that's a
Elizabeth. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to let you call a few of these races. I'm going to jump off for a few minutes. I'm going to go on NBC for a few minutes and tell them what's happening in Nevada, and then I will come back. I promise.
Sure.
Can you handle that?
Of course. What kind of
that's the look I was looking for. All right, I'll be back.
John's afraid to leave me by myself with the viewers. That's so cute. Okay, so we'll call CD1 for Dina Titus, which is no surprise to anyone, but I suppose fitting tonight of all nights when we may not be able to call so many races that we'd like to, that we can at least feel sure and safe that calling CD1 for Dina Titus. So we're green check mark on that race. No surprise to anyone. And we probably, there it is. Very good. Thanks, Joey. Great job. You got the graphic up there so you can see the numbers for Titus, percent, raw votes, and see how she did right on the line there in the different counties. I want to remind everyone, and we'll talk about this later in the show, that redistricting, because of the census, is going to be a thing for the 2020 legislature. And there will definitely be a battle over the lines. I don't know about for CD1, but they'll probably try. So CD1, 2, 3, 4, all those lines are going to get redrawn. We're going to be talking about a completely different makeup for at least some of those districts, most likely after the legislature adjourns. And I'll just tease it right now. Riley Snyder did an interview with the former Legislative Council Bureau Director, Lauren Malkowicz, who I don't know if he's completely retired, but he doesn't work at the legislature anymore, but did an interview with him talking about redistricting over the years, what we might be looking forward to in the 2021 legislature. So that's coming up for those of you who care about the redistricting and gerrymandering conversation that seems to be constantly in the national eye these days. So that's that. We've got, let me see here. So McCurdy and Clark County Commission, District D, I think we can call that, right? William McCurdy, who was the chair, so running as a Democrat, 77% versus David Washington, who's has not pronounced any political party. So I think we can go ahead and call Clark County Commission District D for William McCurdy. So that's 2. Let me look at the Kirkpatrick race here. So Marilyn Kirkpatrick, for those of you who follow the legislature, she was practically an institution in Carson City for the years she was in the legislature, and then kind of went from there almost straight onto the Clark County Commission, where she's now running to hold that seat. Let me just take a look at these numbers here. So almost 55% to a 43% for Kevin Williams. I'm going to hold off on that one. I'm going to say that leans Kirkpatrick. in that race, but I'll maybe let John circle back on that and make that a for sure call later on. And then let me just scroll down here and see what else we're looking at. Fox News, FYI, for those of you who care, has said they're probably not going to call the following states tonight: Nevada, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, that's key, and Wisconsin is key. Those last four, and even Nevada, I looked at 47 million electoral maps and how they might go and what Trump's possible path to victory might be. And in some cases where he lost some big East Coast states, he needed Nevada for that path to victory. So I think it's kind of interesting that Nevada is on this list of 5 states that Fox is saying they may not call tonight. Absent those calls, I'm not sure how we are going to be able to call the presidential race this evening, but I guess we'll wait to see what the AP decides to do before the night is over. And let's see here. Let's take a look at, we've got some Reno Council races that we covered. That looks like a safe call. So Delgado versus, those are both nonpartisan. So yeah, I think I forgot about that. So Delgado with 62% of the vote. I think that's probably a safe call there up in Reno/Washo. The Lorton-Reese race, that's kind of interesting. Maybe a little closer than people might have counted on. So with what we've got reported right now, Lorton's just over 40,000 votes. And Reese is just over 51,000 votes. That's a 56% to 43% margin. That's probably a call for Reese, I'm going to say. But I'll let John confirm that before we put a green check mark on that one when he comes on back. So just, and interesting too, if you haven't followed some of these local races and you're killing time here on election night with us, just feel free to go to that election page on our website and just start clicking around. We reported on as many local races as we possibly could. So if you're curious about why this matters and who the candidates were and what they were standing for, you can still go take a look at that tonight. So Megan, why don't you hop in with me while we're waiting for John to come back off of his MSNBC/NBC hit. Or maybe Michelle or Riley. I'm happy to have any of those senior reporters who feel like they have time right now to jump on the air with me, and then we can kind of keep parsing through these numbers little by little. So you guys can go ahead and, yep. So the ones I called, go ahead. We're good with those green check marks, and we can tweet them out. And live stream viewers, you should feel happy and privileged because you're getting the calls here first, and then we're tweeting them out. So the Twitter versus hearing them second. But we've got, let's see. That's a little, I don't know, that one might be a little too close to call some of these Washo County Commission races. Baker and Hartung, I'm going to say Hartung, the Republican candidate, looks pretty solid there, 57% to 42. That's a more than 26,000 votes to 19,000 votes. I think I can go ahead and call Hartung. So that's another one. We can get a green check mark there, CJ, if you would, on the results page, and then we can tweet that one out as well as soon as we have the time to do that. And let's see. It's so nice to have a great team just feeding numbers and letting us know what's coming down the pipe with all these numbers. Okay, let's see. Why don't we bring in Jacob let's bring in Jacob to talk about the congressional races. That's a good suggestion, team. Thank you. And there he is, like magic.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Hi, Jacob.
Perfect. Hi, how you doing?
Good. Lovely flora and fauna there in your background.
Thank you. Yeah, I changed up the scenery for once.
I see that. I was expecting to see you with your podcast microphone.
No, I did steal one of our podcast microphones though. But
okay, there it is. The best sound quality on Team Indy. I think it comes out of Jacob's microphone. He's got a great radio voice and a very good microphone. So that's a winning combination. All right, so let's talk about the CD. So I called Titus. That was an easy one. But what are we seeing in the Lee-Rodheimer race and the Marchant-Horsford race? What are you thinking at this point?
Well, I think in both races, we're seeing a pretty big lead for Democrats, all things considered, especially in CD3. I was just looking at the vote totals. It's about 14,000 raw votes, which is quite a few, all things considered. In 2016, when Jackie Rosen won the seat, it was much tighter, only a little more than a point. And the conditions were obviously different, but I think what we're seeing here in these early returns is a really strong turnout for Democrats, and specifically for Susie Lee. Which I think is interesting, considering what we knew about the race going into this. I think that, Donald Trump was maybe running better in some of these suburban districts than people had expected him to, or at least not running as badly as some people had expected him to. But in Nevada, all bets are off. And so I think there was an expectation that it would be close. I thought maybe it might be a few points closer than this, and we have some time. It could absolutely get closer than this. But 5 points is not nothing in CD3. And then in CD4, I think we expected a pretty sizable firewall for Stephen Horsford in Clark County. Clark County has always really elected the Democratic candidate, barring 2014. And it's usually enough to provide enough of a bulwark for any rural votes that come in. That's probably going to be true again this year. But again, a lot of votes could come in between now and the next couple of days.
Okay, so you're not, since John's not here and we've been given, I guess, permission to call what we're comfortable with, you're not comfortable calling either one of those races right now?
Certainly not CD3, no. I would expect it to get a little closer. And then I'd probably want to see maybe a few more votes. I'll leave it up to John's judgment. But I think, yeah, seeing just about a 5-point lead for Horsford in District 4 as well, frankly, a bit narrower than I would have expected. We usually see about a 7-point gap in that district off the top of my head. But yeah, I think with 5 points, it's a little early.
Were you surprised to see, because we talked about CD2 behind the scenes quite a bit about, it's typically a ruby red district. Mark Amadei's considered, safe for just as long as he wants to be up there. But when those numbers posted out of Washoe and showed them, and of course there's more to come because CD2 is not just Washoe County, but at that point they were in practically a dead heat, right? 102,000 to like 103,000, somewhere in that ballpark. Were you surprised to see that?
I was and I wasn't. So financial disclosures aren't the be-all end-all of looking at races that don't have any polling, but they're pretty illustrative when we have someone challenging in a safe seat like Ackerman and Amadei's district. And what we saw in CD2 was Ackerman raising a lot of money, a little less than $500,000, which is kind of unheard of for Democrats up there. They normally raise less than $200,000 in an entire cycle. And she was pumping that straight into advertising. And I think that Democrats in that district were energized and excited to vote for Democrats. And I think people felt like Ackerman had a shot, and that made them maybe more willing to vote for a Democrat in CD2. And so that doesn't surprise me. I think the tricky part is looking at the rest of the rural counties in CD2. CD2 is very rural, and obviously the big prize being out in Elko, but in Lyon County. Lyon was, if I remember the numbers correctly off the top of my head, a little closer than you might expect. A little bluer than you might get in a normal year, and I think that's also kind of driving some of the smaller margin. But yeah, I guess yes and no is my short answer.
I think Jacob he's set up to be a pundit. When you can say yes and no in the same sentence and throw some data in there, you're all set for a future in punditry. I know you were busy behind the scenes. Were you following our conversation with Amy Tarkanian about Rodheimer and Marchant?
I was, and it's an interesting conversation because it's something I've been talking to political scientists about, the fundamentals of CD3 especially, but also CD4, and it's something that gets brought up all the time is, the candidates matter in these kinds of races where the fundamentals would imply a really close election, and so who you put on the ballot matters. I think we see that for Democrats, right? Jackie Rosen and Susie Lee are winning, won CD3 in 2016 and 2018, and they're a specific kind of Democrat, I would say. They're not the Bernie Sanders wing. Susie Lee has been endorsed by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I think if that says anything about the kind of Democrat that Susie Lee has established herself as on Capitol Hill, she touts being part of the Problem Solvers Committee, this bipartisan committee that makes a point about being bipartisan, and that's her brand. And I think that she's really sold herself to maybe not hardcore partisan Republicans, but the kind of maybe Republican-leaning non-partisans in District 3 who might be willing to, maybe vote for President Trump, but also vote for Susie Lee.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was, Washo County in particular has been kind of famous for a split ticket voter. It makes Washo a little difficult to predict. So I think you're right about that. The timing was pretty excellent coming off of our conversation about CD2. So I just want to let the viewers know that the AP has called CD2 for Republican Mark Amodei as expected. No surprise there, although it really should be noted that Patricia Ackerman had a remarkably respectable campaign with the numbers that she posted. I was a little surprised myself to see just how close she came in Washo, but obviously the rurals really helped Amodei out. So the AP's called it. So we'll put a green check mark by Amodei, and so we'll call CD1, CD2, those are done. And then 3 and 4 are the ones we're waiting on.
Right. Yeah. We'll have to see what happens with 3 and 4. 5 points isn't nothing, but I don't know. We saw a lot of movement sometimes in these races in the primary, and sometimes we saw no movement. Sometimes the mail ballots are indicative of the early the things that were counted early. So it's tough to say.
Yeah, I think it's gonna take a little time, and I think everyone who typically calls races, my perception from what I've seen of the more credible news sources, both in Nevada and nationally, is everyone's being a little more cautious tonight. We're not necessarily calling things quite as quickly as we would for the reason you just said, which is that these outstanding mail ballots could throw a wrench. You don't want to call a race before it's time, just like Gallo serves no wine before it's time. So it may be, unfortunately, we'll see where we're at. We'll report everything we possibly can tonight, but it's possible that it may be days and maybe even to next week before we can call these other 2 congressional races. Anything else you think viewers need to know about those 2 congressional races, Jacob?
Yeah, I think if I want to talk about one more thing, it's that this is the suburbs. I mean, the suburbs have been, I think, a really big storyline tonight in the race for the presidency, and looking at the way that the suburbs have reacted to Trump and Biden in states all across the U.S., from Florida to Georgia to the Midwest. And I think that's true in Nevada too, right? If we're seeing the suburbs really switch and lean toward Joe Biden, we might see a down ballot effect that lifts Democrats in these congressional districts. Because if you look at CD3, it's largely suburban. I mean, you're looking at some of the wealthiest suburbs in Southern Nevada, but also some of the largest. Henderson isn't technically a suburb; it is a city in its own right. But places like Henderson, Summerlin, and all these outlying areas, if the largely white, largely wealthy, largely educated voters here are deciding to vote for Biden, I think that you could see that definitely have a down ballot effect.
All right, Jacob, that was a good note to end on. Welcome back, John Ralston. Before I let Jacob go, is there anything you want to say or ask? We called CD1 and CD2 were called while you were gone.
I assume you talked about question 1 with Jacob?
We did not get to question 1. Thank you for reminding me. I kind of forgot about question 1.
I have not looked at the numbers, Jacob, but I see some traffic on Twitter saying it's very close.
Very close. It's a toss-up in the early returns, and there is a very interesting county level split, I think, so far, where Clark voted about 55-45 in favor, yes, on question 1, which is to remove the Board of Regents from the state constitution, for those not in the know. But every other county has voted no, overwhelmingly so, somewhere between 55 to 75, even 80% in the rural counties. And I don't know why. I can guess, but I won't. Yeah, just because of that massive vote in Clark, there are literally so many votes in Clark that a close-ish result like 45-55 is enough to push the statewide total, right up to 50-50 essentially.
And
no is leading though, I think, at last check.
Just in case people don't know, Jacob, just explain real quickly what it is. I mean, you don't have to be that quick. Make sure people really know what it is.
For sure. And I think this is kind of a complicated one. I talked to a couple voters while they were voting, and everyone asked me like, oh, well, how should I vote on question one? I refused to tell them, one. But two, it's not an easy question to answer because it really comes down to what kind of government do you want to see? Because it's about removing the Board of Regents from the state's constitution. Right now, they are written in as a board with their own constitutional authority to control the state's higher education system. And for a long time now, for the last 5 years, the state legislature has been looking to remove them for oversight reasons. They say, legislators say, and other proponents of question one, a lot of people in the business community have supported question one. They say that the regents basically aren't an accountable body, that the legislature cannot use whatever powers are available to them to effectively exercise any real oversight over what the regents can do. And this has led to some actual problems in their view. Most recently, the fight over the university system's funding formula, and essentially an issue under which the previous chancellor, 2 previous chancellors ago, Dan Klaich, allegedly lied to the legislature by drafting a letter to them under a consultant's letterhead and allegedly joking about it in an email. He denied any wrongdoing, but he did resign after that whole episode. And this has been a sore spot for both the regents and the legislature ever since. And it really led to question one. And just quickly, why would people not support question one? The simple answer is that the legislature isn't the correct regulatory body to administer higher education. There's concerns from the regents themselves that there would be legislative overreach, that it doesn't do much to actually address the problems that higher education faces, and that question one fundamentally lacks any real answers about what the legislature is going to do. And the biggest question mark being, is the legislature going to get rid of some elected regents? This has been a question in the past. It's been something floated before by the legislature. Not all legislators want to do it, and bills to do it have died as recently as 2019. But it's an open question, and part of the conversation about question one has latched onto this issue. And I think that's driven a lot of people to be skeptical of it in certain parts of the state. And that might be, I can't say for sure, driving some of the no vote.
Jacob, you know this stuff inside and out. I just want to say, Elizabeth, I've been so impressed with Jacob's coverage of higher ed and how he's embraced question one. I am just wondering, Jacob, if you know where Elliot Anderson, the biggest proponent of question one, the former assemblyman, is tonight, and if we can make sure that there are no sharp objects near him.
I was actually going to check in with him. I was wondering where he was at.
All right. Jacob, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Elizabeth, maybe we should go through some numbers and maybe I should make some race calls and say where things are too close to call. Oh, does that make sense now or not?
So while you were gone, just so you know, so the tightest race was easy. CD1 called. I called it for McCurdy in Clark County on the commission, way ahead of his challenger. Just absolutely no chance for the challenger to come back there. So William McCurdy is in as a Clark County commissioner. Called it for Delgado for Reno City Council. The differential was wide enough there to make that a safe bet. And then Hartung and the Washoe County Commission. So those were the 3 races in addition to CD1 and CD2, which we kind of just followed the AP. The AP called it for Amade just before you came back on.
Yeah, that race is over. We can call that one.
Yeah. So we did. So those were the ones that were called while you were gone. Marilyn Kirkpatrick looked good, but I wanted you to glance at those numbers before we made that an Indy official call, and then I'm happy to go through the rest of these with you.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we've called it for Michael Naft too. If we haven't, we should. Marilyn Kirkpatrick, that race is over as well. Here's what people have to realize, Elizabeth, there aren't that many votes left. Can we talk about that for just one quick second? Yeah. There are about 1.1 million votes that have been reported, something like that. They're only going to be about 1.3 million cast, I think, when all is said and done. So let's say there's 200,000 votes left, maybe 250,000. Having said that, let's put up the biggest judicial race in the state, which is Ozzie Fumo, the former assemblyman, and Doug Herndon, the incumbent. That is a gigantic lead for Herndon, Elizabeth. 100,000 votes statewide, nearly, if my math is correct. And there's no way that there are enough votes left for Ozzie Fumo to make that up. Ozzie Fumo is going to lose that race. Doug Herndon is going to be on the state Supreme Court. So I think we can call that race.
Okay, interesting. Just a shout out to our judicial candidate page for anyone who's wondering which ones we covered and which ones we didn't, that you can just jump right onto that on the election page. But yeah, Herndon winning handily as the incumbent against Fumo in that race. Yeah, very, that is really a blowout right now, to be honest with you, Elizabeth. It really is. So the congressional races, obviously, we can't call the two competitive ones quite yet in Clark County. I need to take a look at the numbers for CD4 for Stephen Horsford's race, Elizabeth, if you don't mind, since that has so many different counties in it. Let me see what the actual numbers are in rural Nevada. I see Stephen Horsford is obviously hemorrhaging in the rurals to Jim Marchant. So let's see what that looks like. See if it's, I don't think we can quite call it yet, although it looks like Horsford's going to win. He's only up by 5 points, Elizabeth, but there are, I don't think there are enough votes left, but let's not call that one yet. Yeah, Jacob and I discussed this while you were off the air, and we agreed that we weren't quite comfortable calling it just yet before we got a little more data in that race, just kind of erring on the side of caution here in an odd election year. Hoping to get another Clark dump here at some point soon. Obviously, do you want me to call some of these legislative races, Elizabeth? Yeah, that'd be great. I didn't get to that point. Jacob jumped. I called a few races, and then Jacob came in to talk about the CD races. That's when we called CD2. So yeah, let's go through some of these state races. That would be great. Can we? Well, I guess we don't have to put the numbers. I can tell people the numbers on these state Senate races that we're going to call. In District 4, Dina Neal is winning easily. She is going to win that seat. You may remember that she wanted the appointment to that seat and then didn't get it, but then said she was going to run. The caretaker, Marsha Washington, did not run, so she was a shoo-in for that heavily Democratic seat. Senate District 5 and 6 are the two that are very, very close. Dallas Harris is going to win. You may recall, Elizabeth, that the retailers and some others decided to make a big investment for the Republican Joshua Dowden in that race. I live in that Senate district. They spent a lot of money to try to defeat Dallas Harris, and she is going to win fairly easily. Scott Hammond, they really didn't pour much, the Democrats didn't pour much energy into trying to beat him. He's going to win by about 10 points. It looks like we can call that race. And of course, Pete Gokachia is going to win easily in his rural district. So those are the races that I can call there. Let me go to the assembly while we're waiting for more results to come in. Reporters, please let us know if there are any new numbers that we need to talk about and any other races. But I'll go through, Elizabeth, if you want, I'll go through the assembly races and we can dispense with those if you'd like to do that. Does that sound good? Yeah, that's good. Megan's working on some stuff behind the scenes with these race calls. So yeah, just roll right into that. That's great. So I want to emphasize again, I don't think there are that many votes out there. There are of course more in Clark County than anywhere else. But let's go through some of these. Heidi Kasama in that district to replace the former speaker, John Hambrick, has a sizable lead. I think she's going to win, but we don't have any of the election day votes, and I'm not quite sure whether all the mail has been counted, so I'm not going to call that one yet. The same with MacArthur and Monk, that's very close. Brittany Miller is going to be easily reelected
in Assembly District 5. We can call that one. And Chandra Summers Armstrong is going to win the Assembly District 6 race. And let's see what we have. We have in Assembly District 7, we have Cameron Miller, who is going to win that race easily. In District 8, the Speaker, it's a blowout. I never even heard of his opponent, but it's not a massive blowout. Jason Frierson's going to win 60-40. Steve Yeager's in a relatively close race, the Democratic incumbent in District 9. He's up by about 10 or 11 points, but that race is over. Just closer than maybe he thought it was going to be. Rochelle Wynn, a very promising newcomer, well thought of by both sides of the aisle in District 10, is going to win. B. Duran is going to be easily win in District 11. District 12, Susan Martinez is going to be reelected fairly easily. Maggie Carlton, the veteran of both the Senate and the Assembly, and took the unusual route, Elizabeth, as you know, of going from Senate to the Assembly rather than the other way around. She's going to be easily reelected. Howard Watts is going to be reelected against perennial Stan Vaughn. And let's see, Cecilia Gonzalez is going to win District 16. We can call that race. Clara Thomas in District 17 is going to win relatively easily. Venetia Considine is going to win in District 18 easily. We have a very close race, though, in District 21 for an open seat, so we're not going to call that one yet. Glenn Livett, my favorite legislator, only because of his name, is going to win easily in District 23. Am I going too fast here, Elizabeth, do you think? Is Elizabeth gone?
Nope. I was muted for a second because I was madly typing with the team behind the scenes. So I just want to let the viewers know. So there's kind of two groups of legislative races as John is powering through these. There's only 9 that were truly competitive that we are calling key races. If you go to our results page, you can see which 9 are the key races. We're gonna run back through those here in a little bit so that everyone's more aware of where those 9 key races fall. But what John's doing right now is just kind of running through all of the Assembly, all of the Senate in numerical order. Many of the calls he's making were expected. They're not a surprise, but we still need to call them. But John, behind the scenes, Megan is madly working on graphics for the key races that you just called. And we'll probably recap those here just as soon as you finish your run through.
So I'm just told on Twitter by a friend of the Indy, Christopher Boyd, that it appears that almost all of the Washo vote is in. It appears that Biden is up 12,000 now in Washo. We expect him to lose a few thousand, but 12,000 win for Biden if that's what it comes in at. I see the Secretary of State has it at 11,000. If that's what it comes in at, that's a relatively large margin for a Democrat in Washoe County. If you add that to the 74,000 vote lead that he has in Clark, he's got a rural, Elizabeth, an urban lead now of about 86,000. And it does not look like that Trump is going to win the rurals by that much. Now, of course, we still have votes to come in Clark County. The Clark margin could go down because the Republicans did well today, but there just aren't. I don't think there were enough votes. But I just wanted to let you know that had happened before we go back to the Assembly.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did, and that's a huge wow from me on Washoe. I mean, I've been. No one reads your early voting blog more closely than me. And I've been noting this whole time how, you've been parsing the numbers and you've repeated yourself again and again, which is that if Biden wins in Washoe by more than a few thousand votes, his path to victory in Nevada the needle he'd have to thread and Clark in the rurals to overcome that is pretty substantial. So and I have to say, I'm surprised. If you had asked me ahead of time, I would have said, yeah, Biden's probably going to pull Washo out, but it might only be by 2, 3, 4, maybe 5,000 votes top. To hear that he's up by 12,000 votes, that is fairly amazing.
Yeah, it's substantial. I'm going to double check the election page here. Just bear with me for a second.
Sure. Yeah.
On the, I'm going to try to click there it is. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it says 11,000 on the Secretary of State, but I maybe someone can check the actual Washoe County returns and let us know, one of the reporters, if it does indeed show that 98% of the vote is in, and that 12,000, that Biden has a 12,000 lead. Can someone check the Washoe County website, which has more up-to-date information than the Secretary of State? We still need those Clark numbers, of course, Elizabeth, to really know something, because so many votes are cast in Clark relative to the rest of the state. Let me go back to calling all these assembly races.
Hang on one second, John. You probably missed this, and things are moving faster behind the scenes at the Indy, which I love. Our team is so quick, but it's almost hard to track that many people that quickly. So New York Times, I just want you to know, John Riley posted this for us just 2 minutes ago. Eureka County had some more votes come in. So here's what the New York Times is saying. According to the turnout estimates at this point, about 270,000 votes remain in the counties that were won, I know that's a lot of caveats, by Hillary Clinton in 2016. And the Trump 2016 counties have around 30,000 votes left to report. That's a pretty big differential.
Say that last part again, Elizabeth.
So hearkening back to 2016, just trying to do an analysis of now to then, according to the turnout estimates right now, so this is a little bit extrapolated, there's about 270,000 possible votes outstanding in counties that were won by Hillary in 2016. And for Trump, there's around 30,000 votes that are left, yet to report, possible votes that could be reported.
That sounds right. And then that's the urban Nevada versus rural Nevada. And so, that's according to the New York Times, it looks like that's an 11-point lead a 5-point lead for Biden over Trump in Washoe, which is obviously substantial in a swing county. And he's up 14 in Clark, and he's obviously losing the rurals. But that number that you just brought up, and I'm glad you brought it up, Elizabeth, just shows how difficult it is for Republicans statewide, because you can only extract so many votes out of rural Nevada. And so once you do that, you have a 74,000 vote lead for Biden and Clark, and almost 12,000 in Washoe. It's very difficult to make that up in rural Nevada. It's almost impossible.
It sure is. And I want to credit Amy Tarkanian for being the first to say it when she came on air. Republican from Douglas County, doesn't get any redder than that. But the first thing she said when she joined us earlier tonight is that, she's telling everybody nationally, it is not looking good for Trump in Nevada based on the numbers. It is a math game. It's not about a partisan viewpoint. There's only so many votes that exist. We know what parties they're registered for. There was a little bit of a question about which way the indies, right, the nonpartisans in particular, and the others would swing. Again, I'm pretty astounded by these Washoe numbers. The Biden lead in Washoe, as the reporting stands right now, is 11,672, as you said, just shy of 12,000. I mean, that tells me that nonpartisan, that there were probably some crossover votes, Republican to Dem for Biden, and also most likely that indies broke, I think, pretty hard for Biden in Washoe. Doesn't mean that's going to happen with the rest of the outstanding votes in the state. But the fact that that happened in Washoe is remarkable.
I agree. And it's been coming now for 3 cycles, Elizabeth, right?
Yeah.
We saw it with Clinton winning by 2,700 votes, as I said earlier. And then Sisolak and Rosen both winning in Washoe County absolutely killed the chances of Heller and Laxalt last cycle. And so this is it's a progression, right?
Yeah, it's definitely been, it's a clear progression now. I think one of the reasons that I'm finding it so notable is that there was still a question mark in my mind, even after the last few cycles and the races that you mentioned about, what is really going on in Washoe. Can we still consider it a swing county in certain cases? And I guess we still can. I mean, I would say that Trump is such a polarizing figure that it's possible that we can't yet pronounce Washoe to be a blue county. So maybe we have to wait one more cycle, John, before we do that. But still very, very notable what he said. I think if you're a Republican in this state who's planning a political future, you need to take a good hard look at what's going on in Washoe County, because it's notable. You've got to figure out how to thread that needle if you want to have any chance statewide in Nevada.
Very true. So let me just send this out to our followers out on Twitter so they know what's going on, and then we will get back. Should I get back to calling the assembly races?
Yeah, let's do that. Go ahead and do that, and then we can jump back into the rest of the assembly races, some of which are very easy calls. Again, there's only 9 races that are what we're considering technically in play. And I think, Megan's working diligently behind the scenes right now to get some of those graphics ready. So for the key races that we've called, we're going to go through those again. So I just want to reassure the viewers. I know we rattled off a lot of calls right there in a row, and not everybody has a mind like a steel trap like John Ralston. So we're going to go through these key races again, just to let you know where those are. But yeah, let's go ahead, John, as soon as you're ready, and just finish those up.
Yeah, I was just checking to see if Clark had posted anything else. There are 704 still. I just want to remind people, excuse me, there are about 715,000, little less, 714,500 votes counted in Clark. It looks like the total number of votes in Clark is going to be somewhere in the, I think, in the 850,000 max. A neighborhood, so about 150,000 votes still to be counted in Clark. I may be a little off on that. I guess I got so caught up today, Elizabeth. I don't know what the final number was in early voting today. Maybe somebody can tell me that on Slack. But it looks like okay. It was about 80,000. So yeah, it's about. I think I'm right then. About 150,000 votes have yet to be counted, including all of the mail. And so those 82,000 votes that were cast today, Elizabeth, the Republicans had a slight lead, but it was essentially tied. And if they didn't make up a lot of votes there, which is unlikely they did, I don't see how I don't see how they can win.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too. I'm scrolling through too. Do you need a second? Because I could talk a little bit about some of these key legislative races and just how tight they are if you need a minute.
I can go back to the assembly races. I think I was, where I left off was at about 29, if I'm correct.
So, yeah, good.
28. Edgar Flores is going to win easily. We can call that race, put a check mark there. As I said, the Cohen and Delisle race is very close, but that race is usually close there. Shannon Bilber Axelrod is going to be reelected in District 34. In District 35, Michelle Gorillo has a decent lead, but let's not quite call that yet. I don't think that Jay Calhoun can catch up, but let's leave that for a moment. And the Shea Backus, Andy Matthews race is a real nail biter. Sandra Haudegui is, I think she has enough of a lead, probably, but let's not call it yet. And Alexander Acefa is going to win easily, even though he recently had a story in the RJ about an investigation going on about potential use of campaign money for personal use, and that's going to be a real problem for the Democrats if anything comes of that. Of course, I don't know much more than what I've read in the RJ, but that's not exactly the thing you want to come out right before an election.
I'm really struck. I'm scrolling up and down through these 9 key legislative races. I'm struck by how close they are in almost every single case. So it's kind of interesting that, right now we're talking about, perhaps a substantial differential at the top of the ticket that didn't necessarily carry down into some of these down ballot races.
I want to let people know who are watching our live stream, instead of the president, who apparently is speaking now, and the reporters are telling us that Trump is saying that millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people who's trying to disenfranchise that group of people. That this, of course, is utter nonsense, Elizabeth, but as we said earlier, he's going to try to declare victory.
Yeah, it's just amazing to me. Of course, millions and millions of people voted for you, sir. Look, we knew that was going to happen. That's no surprise to anyone. And that's not enough to call a victory on. I'm really, again, I tried to brace myself for what was probably going to happen tonight, but it's just so unusual to have a president out there announcing himself as the winner when there are so many unknowns, that are still out there. And perhaps, unfortunately, if things are tight, electoral college wise, as this night rolls on, no credible organization is going to probably call the race tonight. Now, I could be wrong. Things could change, things could pop, we could get some calls and the electoral math might fall one way or another. I think everybody in the country would be relieved if that happens. But for anyone to be declaring victory right now nationally is just silly.
Let me just say, because Jackie's putting his quotes out for us, the citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. We won states we weren't expected to win. In Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And he's talking about winning Ohio, Georgia, and North Carolina. And it's true that some of those, the polling in some of those states did show them leaning towards Biden. Now, they were all expected to be pretty close, but those are states that Joe Biden did not have to win to win the election. He needs to win the states that are outstanding in the blue wall: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, which have yet to be called because there's so many votes outstanding. And that's what Trump is trying to get around. Now, Trump is ahead in Wisconsin, he's ahead in Michigan, and he's ahead in Pennsylvania. But I don't know where the votes are. There's 3/4 of the votes in at least in those states, and he has decent leads, but I don't know whether those are urban votes, rural votes. I'm focused on Esmeralda County, not Philadelphia, so I don't really know.
I'm kind of itching at some point, if I get a chance to take a break. Like, I really do want to go look at what's happening in some of these remaining states in the Midwest, because I have a distinct memory of election night 4 years ago, where it was quite late. I think it was about 10:30 coming up on 11, a little earlier actually than where we are now. And when it started to become clear that Trump was going to win Michigan, there was a distinct change of tone on every news station in the country that was covering the race. So while certainly I can understand why Trump is feeling a bit encouraged that he's run some of these states back east, it is by no means over. And you just named the ones that are key. I'd love to go take a look. So if whenever I get a chance to do that, I'll go do that, and then maybe I can come back and say something about.
Well, you haven't had a chance to take a break, so let's bring a reporter on, and I can chat with the reporter for a while, and you can take a little bit of a break.
Excellent. Why don't we bring? So we're talking about these legislative races. Do we want to bring either Megan Michelle Riley on to talk about the legislative races?
Well, why don't we bring on a couple of them, or all three of them is fine with me.
Well, hang on. So, managing editor protests. I don't want all three of them here because that means they're not doing things behind the scenes, but maybe one or two of them. So whoever feels like they can take a little break and join John, and then maybe I can hop off for 5 or 10 minutes. That would be great.
Yeah, that would be nice. I'm still hoping that we'll get an update from Clark pretty soon.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And so we can have a clearer picture of what's going on.
Did we call for, John, we're getting a question from the team behind the scenes. Did you call for Dina Neal and did you call for Steve?
Yes, I answered that question. We're all good on that.
Okay, great. Excellent. Megan's doing graphics, so that means either Michelle or Riley or both is who we would like to. Oh, Riley can hop on here in a second, so we'll bring Riley back. That'll be good.
Okay.
And then while he's here, so not only you guys can talk about the legislative races, but maybe I haven't had time to look at the ballot question numbers other than the one we talked about. And Riley covered those.
Quick look at those if I can find them really quickly.
Yeah, maybe we can. I'm really curious about a couple of those. I wouldn't mind talking about those as well.
Ballot questions. Okay, so as we said before, question 1 is slightly losing right now, and it seems to be an urban-rural thing, if I remember correctly. What Jacob was saying. Question 2, which would get the same-sex marriage ban out of the Constitution, is winning easily. Question 3, which would change how the Pardons Commission works, and the governor would lose his veto on there, is going to win easily. The Nevada Constitution being amended by adding a new section guaranteeing specific voting rights, is going to win easily. And question 6, which is the renewable energy question, that it was rendered moot by the legislature, but some say it still needs to be put in the Constitution, so none of those rogues up in the legislature in the future can change it, is also going to easily win. So 4 of the 5 are easily winning, Elizabeth, and question 1 is in doubt.
Okay, good. So Riley Snyder, you're here just in time to talk about question 6 and other questions in the legislature, and I'm gonna take a break. So I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, we'll see you soon, Elizabeth. Hi, Riley.
Hey, John.
So let's talk real quickly just about that, since I just mentioned it. The legislature in that big ceremony that we remember, and that beautiful day in Carson City, I think every legislator was standing under some trees with the governor there, saying how much they love renewable energy, and what did it pass unanimously out of both houses to increase the renewable portfolio standard. Why do we need this?
They signed it on Earth Day too.
Earth Day, that's right. How could I forget? So tell people the argument, if they actually passed what is in here in the legislature, is the argument that just you need to put it in the Constitution so no one mucks around with it in the future?
Yeah, that's basically the argument that they've run with. Obviously, the campaign for question 6 has been much pared back. This go around, the main funders of that were Tom Steyer, NextGen, all of those groups. So they put significantly less money into the ballot question this go around. But I think it passed, 60-40 in 2018, and it looks like it's going to pass 55% of the vote at this point.
Yep.
So slightly worse than 2018. Maybe you can attribute that to 2 years of voters not remembering, or not spending millions of dollars on TV ads to promote it, and then knowing that the legislature already passed it. But the argument for passing it this go around was just, we never know what's going to happen to the legislature. It makes sense to just keep it in the Constitution since we're already here.
So let's talk about the legislative races, Riley, just to give people a sense of what's at stake. Talk generally about what we're looking for tonight, and what the consequences could be for the session that's supposed to begin in February.
Yeah, well, I think we've talked about it a bit on the live show. I don't know. I feel like time is all relative now, since I don't know when this started and ended. But, obviously the big thing we're looking at in the state Senate is the Senate District 6 and Senate District 5 in Clark County, where Democrats have a very, very narrow lead. I think we're just waiting at this point for kind of a final dump of Clark County votes to kind of get a better sense of where that's going. And up in Reno, and Heidi Gansert's race, it's also very close, and she's winning by, it looks like, 2 or 3 percentage points. Both those candidates were on TV trying to make that a very competitive race, a lot of money going into that one. In the Assembly, there's a lot of other interesting races as well. in 82, which was a potential Dem pickup. That's looking like the Republican Heidi Kasama is going to win that one. I think she's up by close to 10 points or 8 points. 84 with Richard MacArthur and Connie Monk. Connie Monk is the incumbent, so that's a Democrat attempt to hold, and she's down by, it looks like, 5 points. But again, it's hard to make determinations on these races since we've only had like that one dump of data. So once we get that second one, hopefully at some point tonight or tomorrow morning, we'll have a better sense of how it's going. The thing I go back to is during the primary, I think there were 2 races where the results flipped after late mail-in votes came in. Obviously very different with a lot more in-person voting, and primary turnout's different than general election turnout. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if those results flip or go back and forth based on how the mail votes go, since they can be accepted up to, I think, 10 days after the election, either 10 or 7.
7. I think it's 7.
Yeah.
I think Megan's coming on. Maybe she can tell us. I'm pretty sure it's 7 though, if I'm remembering correctly. And so what we really want to know, right, Riley, is whether there's going to be a supermajority in both houses, and where are we on that? Hi, Megan.
There.
So where are we, you guys, on the potential for a supermajority in both houses? It looks like, if I see the numbers right, it's still a toss-up in the state Senate, and it looks like the Democrats in the Assembly may be in danger of losing their supermajority. Is that right?
Yeah, so if you look at the races right now, so Democrats can really only afford to lose 1 seat in the Assembly and hang on to their supermajority, right? Because they were at 29, they need 28 for a supermajority. They've been pretty much playing defensive. They've been in the tougher position, right? Because they picked up some of these swingy seats in 2018. And so just looking at the numbers right now, Richard MacArthur is leading in Assembly District 4 against Connie Monk. Still, we're talking about, it's about 1,300 votes or so, but about 5 percentage points, give or take. Leslie Cohen, sort of the exception. She's leading in a close race against her Republican challenger. But we see in Assembly District 31 up north in the Skip Daly, Jill Dickman, rematch again in Assembly District 31. It's a close race, and we've seen it's been cycle after cycle that we've seen them go head to head, and Jill Dickman obviously in the lead right now, so we'll see where that goes. And then if we move on to Assembly District 37, which we've talked about already, but between Shea Backus and Andy Matthews is leading by that narrow, you can see 400 vote or so margin right now, so we'll have to see how those all shake out. But Republicans right now are leading in 3 of those Democratic held seats, which would, even if they lost 2, or even if lose their supermajority.
And what about the Senate, Riley? Tell people what to look for there.
Yeah, so which is the seat of former or current Senator Joyce Woodhouse, who's termed out. That's the seat the Democrats are trying to hold. Same with Senate District 6, which is Nicole Cannizzaro, the state Senate Majority Leader. They're trying to pick up Senate District 15, which is Heidi Gansert's race. So it's kind of those 3 seats. If they hold on in 5 and 6 and are able to win in 15, they'll have a supermajority. If they lose any of those and they don't have a supermajority, I think the other maybe potential reach was Scott Hammond's district in SD 18. I think we already called that race for Senator Hammond. So that's kind of just kind of the 3 big ones to keep an eye on. And again, all of those are extremely close. I think like 1 or 2 percentage points between the candidates, and we're still waiting for a lot more data to come in on those races.
Yeah, there's still a bunch of Clark votes out there, and we don't know how they're going to trickle down and affect these races or the congressional races. Riley, you've written a bit about some of the spending in some of these races and how outside the PACs have been used to try to influence these races. What's gone on there?
Yeah, so this happened in 2016 as well, where the Republican side for state Senate candidates sort of poured a lot of resources into an outside expenditure group. I think the reason a lot of consultants or political people prefer that is because there's no contribution limits, so you can get a bunch of money This go around, the group was called Stronger Nevada PAC. You might have seen their ads on Facebook or Twitter. They even bought TV time in Vegas and Reno. They were attacking Nicole Canizara. They were attacking Wendy Howdy-Jackins, some interesting attack ads based on the Washo County Assessor's Office I've never seen before. So that was kind of a fun, unique twist. But the interesting thing with them was that they got over $1 million in donations from a nonprofit group that was registered a couple of years ago to a couple of people, I think in Ohio. But because they're a nonprofit, they don't have to report who their donors are. So that's kind of an additional layer. People often use the term dark money to refer to these kind of groups, the 501c4s that make these political contributions. So I don't know where that $1 million came from. Once the 990 forms or anything else like that can be disclosed, we can get a better sense, but it's not as transparent as the normal process where political action committees or other independent expenditure groups have to report that on a quarterly basis or at least a regular basis.
What about the assembly, Megan? You have those handful of races that we've been following. Did we talk about, I'm sorry for mentioning, did we talk about Skip Daly and Jill Dickman, who it seems to me run against each other every cycle for like the last 10 years?
Yeah.
That's still close, right?
It is. Yeah. I mentioned it's a pretty close race right now. Jill Dickman is actually leading, and Riley actually did some reporting on the use of whether or not she's actually running for re-election, given that she's not currently in office right now. But she has obviously held the seat before, and Skip Daly has previously held it many times as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this race. It's obviously a key one that Democrats are trying to hold on to. And one interesting thing I want to note about this race, a lot of folks that I was talking to, they note that, Skip Daly's been really successful in this district because he has this sort of like union ethos of he knocks every single door in his district and has those personal one-on-one relationships. And so I know folks were having there was some talk about, okay, how does that translate to the COVID area, right? Is that as, how does that affect his race? So it'll be really interesting to see how this race ultimately shakes out once all the numbers are finally in.
It does look though that, it's a 700 vote lead or so, if I'm looking at that, right, 750 votes. That's actually significant. If indeed 98% of the Washo vote is in, that's going to be tough for him to make that up, I think.
It is. Yeah, this isn't a 100 vote race. It's a pretty wide margin. So if that is right, that it's 98%, it's going to be tough.
It's not like these Clark races where there's thousands of votes that could come in some of those districts, and that could change everything, right?
Yep.
So what else are you guys watching out there? Tell me, since I've been all over the place. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I mean, the ballot question stuff has been interesting. Obviously, question 1 is underwater right now. We're going to wait and see if there's more Clark results, because that I think was the only county it was doing well in. But otherwise, it looks like all 4 of them are going to pass. There's no question 5 this time. Interesting that rural Nevada is more okay with same-sex marriage now. It's only losing by 10 points in many of the rural counties that I've seen. I haven't had a chance to look too recently at how it's doing there. But I just find it interesting because as recently as 2002, I don't want to say how old I was in 2002, but this is something that passed by nearly a 2/3 majority by Nevada voters. That's how it got into the Constitution. So this is question 2 would take out that same-sex marriage ban and kind of codify current law about same-sex marriage into the state's constitution. So that's been an interesting one to watch. Obviously, all the local ones are interesting, but again, a lot of the close races are just so hard to know, and you don't want to say anything definitive just because things are still pending and up in the air, and we have so many more mail ballots that will come in.
It also looks like, I was going to add on the presidential race, a few more votes got added, and it's from one of the rurals, because I can tell the Clark and the Washo numbers haven't moved. And Biden gained about 400 votes or so, and Trump gained about 1,000. So it really hasn't moved the needle much, but some additional rural votes trickling in, which, again, just as you've seen, as just narrow and sort of chips away at it.
But we still have no more word from Clark.
It's still, it's not. I'll check their website, but it has not moved. Nope, hasn't moved.
And so I'm wondering what both of you think about There was a lot of talk about this legislature being so progressive, the first female majority legislature in the history of the country, and there was a lot of celebratory kind of environment when that first occurred after the last election. And then they did some things during the regular session, but then they held back on a few things toward the end, as I recall. And then they got into the special session, and they did all kinds of things that some of the business community and others were not happy with, and there was somewhat of a backlash. And I'm wondering if there isn't some kind of correction going on, especially if they lose 2 or 3 assembly seats, and it's possible they could lose 2 seats in the state senate as well. Is that sentiment out there? Is that am I painting with too broad a brush? Tell me.
I mean, I think we've certainly heard that narrative, right? I think Democrats on one hand have tried to paint themselves as pretty, middle of the road. And, you think about candidates in some of those competitive assembly districts, and they are pretty moderate. Shea Backus is pretty moderate in Assembly District 37. So that's definitely the message they've been trying to paint themselves. On the other hand, yeah, there have been a lot of things that, the business community in particular has been upset with that Democrats passed. And so we see some of that backlash. But also you think about, those districts, Connie Monk is in her first term in Assembly District 4, Shea Backus is in her first term in Assembly District 37. These are not sort of, well-established folks who have sort of this long-standing, it's not like they've been
answered, right?
Yeah. Well, they've been members of their community obviously for quite some time, but it's not like, John Hambrick, who's retiring in Assembly District 2, who's represented this district and he's finally termed out. It's not someone like that the voters have chosen year over year. So there's not that same kind of relationship. So I think it'll be interesting to see, ultimately how those shake out. But I think it's also worth noting that, those 2 close races in Senate District 5 and 6, it's the Democrats who are slightly leading, right? Where we have the Republicans slightly leading in the Assembly District side. So we've seen this very interesting split there.
Riley, what do you think? I mean, you were up there, and you also have been following the campaign finances. Hi, Elizabeth, welcome back. I guess what I'm wondering is that I have rarely heard from people in the business community, and even some people who are not necessarily part of the business community, not the truckers, the retailers, the chambers of commerce, but even others saying there was an overreach that went on in that special session, and that we cannot allow the state senate to have a supermajority in the way that the assembly does. And I'm not sure I've ever seen kind of a coming together of those kinds of groups to really go after those 2 Senate seats. A tremendous amount of money was spent, right?
Yeah, but I would also point out that in 2016, those races were just as close. I think Nicole Cannizzaro won by less than 200 votes. Joyce Woodhouse's race was also extremely close. Those like 1% knife margins. It's just how they're drawn. It's just how the districts, the registration makeup works out. I personally don't remember a lot from the 2019 session because it's been so long and so much news has happened. So I'm not sure how much of that kind of sticks in voters' heads. I think ultimately, like, you're going to find attack ads, you're going to find material against a candidate. Watching some of the stronger Nevada, the outside group that's supporting Republican state Senate candidates, like, I've seen these attacks before. They used them on Nicole Cannizzaro in 2016. Clearly they work, or else they wouldn't be running them again and trying to relive those messages. But I think a lot of times the concerns about overreach and things like that, those are kind of things that people in the building who pay very close attention to the legislature or who are affected by that maybe overemphasize. I think for the average voter, they're not too concerned about who their legislator is or whether what they did during the special session or anything like that, just based on how long of a period elapses between the session and the election, and then just the wild amount of news that's happened this year. I don't think it's had too much of a sticking effect.
I wanted to also know, I was just thinking about, Assembly District 4 and Connie Monk, and that's an important race too. And we talked about this in our preview of the assembly races, but that district had an Independent American Party candidate in it in 2018, which, I know Republicans were eyeing those votes and saying, those could have gone to Richard MacArthur, and they're going Richard MacArthur previously represented the seat. And so they're going head to head again for that seat, but now there's not that, additional third party candidate, which is changing the dynamics of that race, or at least it looks like it is.
All right, Elizabeth, if you don't have anything else for our two legislative mavens, maybe we'll talk about some local stuff. Maybe get Jackie on to talk about the school board.
Okay.
Thanks, you guys. We will see you soon.
While I was on my break, I had a little snack and I went on Twitter and I instantly regretted it.
No doubt. This speech that Trump gave with declaring victory really sounds like something saying he's going to go to the Supreme Court to stop voting. I mean, who is going to defend this? I mean, I guess I shouldn't even ask that question.
Yeah, it's just astounding to me that, look, I grew up in a Michigan Republican family, just to give everybody a little background here, right? So, and I was a political junkie by the time I was 13 years old because my household cared. I had a subscription to different political magazines. We were watching the McNeil-Lehrer Report on PBS as a family. And, so just to let people know, I mean, ever since I was a kid, I have been following politics and policy in this country, and I'm truly just astounded. And I know that I shouldn't be, right? Because for weeks and weeks and months, there's been foretelling of what was going to happen tonight. But I think there was part of me, some part of my brain that just thought, nah, that's not Trump. He's just blowing smoke. That's not going to happen. Election night's going to come. Things are going to play out the way they usually do. We're going to call the races and we usually do. And then, the candidates are going to behave themselves and they're going to wait for the official results. And then they're going to declare victory or not. And just, I think I'm in a little bit, and I guess I don't mind showing it to the viewers. I'm truly appalled at what is happening tonight with these statements from Trump. He has no business declaring himself the winner, trying to stop votes being counted. And the stuff he's saying is nonsense. No one's trying to count pretend votes that happened after the polls closed. I think what he's worried about is when all the mail ballots show up and the states do the counting, it might not look as good for him as it looks for him right now. So anyway, that's my little, that's what Twitter did to me while I was gone for the 10 minutes.
Welcome, Jackie, to hear Elizabeth's rant. I continue to be amused after all the years I've known Elizabeth, how she expects people to behave in a certain civil ways, and following politics is the wrong venue to look for that. Anyhow, Jackie, let's talk about something that really people can relate to and that you deal with all the time, and that's the school board. I have no idea what's going on in these school board races, so enlighten me.
Well, it looks like the biggest lead so far is Katie Williams in District B for the Clark County School Board race. She's up by double digits. It looks like it's 60% in her favor, about 39% for Jeffrey Prophet. That's probably been the most partisan school board race we've seen this cycle. She was openly predicting victory on social media all along, and so it looks like it would be hard for him to pull off a comeback at this point, but we'll see how the next round of votes shake out.
Now, she is a little bit, this is a little bit more than partisan. I mean, talk a little bit about Katie Williams and who this person is who's about to be elected to the school board. Tell us what you know about her.
Yeah, well, she is very openly conservative, a Trump supporter. She was a former, I think it was Miss Nevada. She got her title revoked a little bit after making political statements on social media. And so that brought her some headlines before she even entered this race. She has not been bashful about speaking out on social media or otherwise. She's very pro-school choice. She said that she's going to give up her school trustee salary and put it back in her local schools. So she's younger too. She's, I think, 30, 31 maybe. She has a preschool age daughter. So she would be probably the youngest board member, or right around the age of Irene Cepeda.
So, okay, go on. What other races are out there?
So the closest one appears in District C, and that's Tamika Henry versus Evelyn Garcia Morales. And hold on, I'm trying to bring that up. Evelyn Garcia Morales is at 51.8%, and Tamika Henry is at 48%. So that's pretty neck and neck so far. That's the trustee who will replace Linda Young. It's the district that represents a lot of West Las Vegas and portions of North Las Vegas. If we move down to the Henderson area district, that's a fairly tight race, but Lisa Guzman has a pretty good edge so far with 53% of the vote. Liberty Levitt has 46% right now. That's an interesting one because it's sort of a clash of the unions. Clark County Education Association has backed Levitt, while the Nevada State Education Association has thrown their support behind Guzman. So that's where we stand with that one as of right now. And then the only race with the incumbent is in District E, which covers parts of northern Summerlin and the Northwest Valley. And so far, incumbent Lola Brooks, who's also the current board president, has the lead there. She has about 57% of the vote. She's running against Alexa Salt, a Clark County School District teacher, who right now is sitting at 42%.
So what is the general consensus, Jackie, on how, I mean, you've written a lot about the discord on the school board, with what these races are looking like, and some of them are closer than others, as you mentioned. Is it going to help anything?
I don't think so. You know, there's already been divisions between Lola Brooks and some of the current board members. Trustee Daniel Ford had backed Alexa Salt, her opponent. So if Alexa Salt had won, there probably was going to be some sort of an ally partnership there. But it looks like Brooks is continuing ahead. You know, if Katie Williams wins, we've already seen lots of personal infighting on the board. I just don't. Well, it'll be interesting to see how she gels with the others for sure. It is interesting to point out that Jeffrey Prophet was the only male running. So if he won or if he wins, he will be the only male on the board, which I thought could have been a good dynamic going forward. It's an all-female board right now. Make of that what you will. But he also has some of the rural connections. He lives in Moapa, so that would have brought a different flavor to that seat as well.
What else are you watching out there tonight? Anything, Jackie?
I've kept my eye on the Washoe County School Board races. I can pull those up. It looked like in the District A race, which featured Jeff Church and Scott Kelly. Kelly, if you may recall, resigned in August after This Is Reno reported on lots of his divorce documents, kind of got himself in hot water. The board asked him to resign. He did so out of privacy for his family, he said, but he remained on the ballot to run for re-election in that district. But so far it looks like Church has the edge. He has about 27,400 votes, and Kelly has the 27,400, and Church has that number, and Kelly has about 18,300. So his bid for re-election looks to be trailing off at this point. In District E in Washoe County School Board races, the incumbent Angela Taylor is in the lead. And then in District G, which is an at-large seat, that's the tightest race so far, and it's Nicolette in the lead. She has about 48,700 votes to Wesner, who has about 41,000.
And the Washoe County School Board is slightly less dysfunctional than the Clark County School Board, or is it about the same?
I'm not sure if I want to make that judgment call. I would have said that maybe before the school reopening decisions, but That's changed the dynamic.
Yeah, I was going to say, poor Jackie. What a question to ask her.
I'm a terrible person. All right. Well, it's almost midnight. We're going to turn into pumpkins anyways. Jackie, thanks for coming on and giving us the update.
All righty. Thank you.
Okay.
So the AP, while you were chatting with Jackie about the relative insanity of various school boards, the AP officially called Arizona for Biden. So that's 11 electoral votes that go in his column. Many of the big states that we need to know about, we don't know about. And no one has yet called Nevada, John. And as we approach midnight, how are you feeling about that top of the ticket call?
Well, listen, the Clark, we need more information from Clark. The Republicans did well in Clark today. So I would guess that Trump is going to gain a little bit after those 80,000 votes are counted. Now, I don't think he's going to gain enough that it's going to be able to overtake Biden, but I just don't know. So I'm not ready to call it yet, but I do think that the state looks good for Biden. But I think I think we should probably maybe let our viewers go, Elizabeth.
What?
It's midnight. We've been on this live stream for 4 hours. It seems like 4 minutes. It's gone so fast.
Yeah.
But I think we should tell our viewers, and thank you for all of our loyal viewers who have stayed on this long, that they should follow us on Twitter. And we'll be posting on the website, on the Indies website, on the live blog as much as we can. We've put out the links to the Secretary of State's page. And so I think we should say goodnight before it becomes November 4th.
Well, we have to do it right now. We have 1 minute before that. So, all right, John, well, look, I got to tell you, you and I have been on the air together many times in many places over the years. But I think my favorite is these live streams that we do as part of Team Indy. I really enjoy the fact that we just kind of do our own freewheeling thing, talk about what we see fit. I hope the viewers who joined us tonight feel the same way. We thank you all for joining us and for your support. And check the website. We'll have updates just as soon as we can.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you joining us.
Good night.